with us here. But also are requesting that let's be as cooperative as we can. I know we could be having so many issues, but please, let's be strictly on the issues that we are going to present. Are we together? Let's focus on the issues that are going to be presented. Let's not get off track, and also help us not to get off track, because we are supposed to move together. Our purpose for coming here today is to share with you what is available for you in the oil and gas sector, but also to share opportunities and how you can tap into the oil and gas opportunities. And we are so happy that you've made it, and I'm sure before the end of the meeting, we shall have an overflow in this building. Now, as we wait for the mayor, as I told you, we have our Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, who is the son of the soil, Mr. Tony Otoa. This is your time to come and give a hi and a brief remark to our people before the mayor comes in. Let's join our hands together in welcoming Mr. Tony Otoa.
Kampala can get into these opportunities. Please ask your questions. Going to do. Then the other thing that I also think is very important for us to understand as we get through today is to share our contacts so that we can constantly communicate with you, so that we can constantly share with you, and you can also have a very clear understanding of how your business or how your education or skill that you have can be utilized in the oil and gas sector. So my role is very simple, just to say, Apoyo Matek, thank you so much for coming. I am very excited. We are going to leave our contacts here, including mine. Don't worry about calling me at whatever time of the night. I will pick up your phone and we shall have a conversation on how best to support you. Apoyo Matek, and thank you so much for coming. Thank you. I think in the meantime, I'll also now be the MC because the MC has run away. Yes, so we're going to have a safety moment from the hotel. I told you I'm going to become an MC. Safety moment from the hotel. Now, let me explain to you why we have what they call safety moments. You know, oil and gas standards stay very high. Huh? Very high standards. You know, when I was joining oil and gas, they told me about a malaria policy. I said, I've been suffering from malaria since I was 1. What is this malaria policy? In oil and gas, safety moment is important. So, we're going to have a safety moment from the hotel, and the hotel is going to advise us.
Thank you, Mr. Moses, for the wonderful safety moment. Thank you. And please inform your team to be available in case visitors need any help. Thank you so much. Now, back to our agenda. We are expecting leaders from Gulu City, Gulu District, Noya, and all over northern Uganda, especially Pader. The RDC Pader just called me his way. And then we also have Kitgum people coming in. So as they come, we are going to proceed with the mayor comes, we shall still invite him. So we shall be in position to give them time to speak to us when they arrive, because we cannot wait for them at the moment. They have asked us to continue. Now, according to our agenda, we have got opening remarks from one powerful lady. I want to invite Ms. Loida Chichoncho to come and give us opening remarks.
Thank you, MC. And a very good morning, distinguished tent that is represented by the resident district commissioners of Noya and Gulu districts, and resident city commissioner of Gulu City, the chief administrative officers of Noya and Gulu districts, LC5 chairpersons of Gulu and Noya districts, and the city mayor of Gulu City, all technical, security, and political leadership of Gulu and Noya districts, the representatives from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, representative from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, representatives of our joint venture partners, UNOC Uganda Limited, Total Energies, and ECOP Limited, executive directors and managing directors and representatives from the suppliers present, the media, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the Uganda National Oil Company, I welcome you to this supplier development workshop, which we are holding under the theme Opportunities Available in UNOC's Oil and Gas Projects, including indirect and induced linkages to the petroleum value chain. In this workshop, we will provide you with updates on the oil and gas projects in the country, share with you the opportunities of supplies and services that are available in UNOC's projects to enable you effectively deliver and prepare to support the country's petroleum operations. On a quarterly basis, UNOC organizes supplier development workshops to disseminate information relating to its projects and highlight opportunities that are available for the supply of goods and services to the project. UNOC continues to invest in supplier development workshops to leverage on the opportunities to improve the supply chain of our operations. UNOC desires to have, just a moment. UNOC desires to have a sustainable and ethical supply chain, hence the supplier development workshop play a crucial role in enabling UNOC to attain the cardinal goal. Therefore, supplier development workshops aim to achieve a number of objectives that include the following: to share the information and resources to improve the performance and capabilities of our suppliers and foster supplier growth for the benefit of UNOC, the buying organization; to encourage local businesses to effectively and actively participate in the oil and gas industry supply chain by fostering collaboration between and among suppliers and established players, and ultimately contribute to economic growth and job creation in the country; to enable our suppliers to gain insights into the industry requirements, including the quality and safety standards for the projects, hence improving suppliers' competitive landscape as they get better in offering their services. With competitive landscape comes a better pricing solution and innovation in the supply chain. Also, to address the challenges faced by the suppliers, such as compliance, financing, and logistics. Discussions on risk management, legal frameworks, and project management help suppliers navigate the industry complexities, which in turn lead to collaboration between and or among operators and suppliers, resulting into a robust supply chain that ensures timely delivery of goods and services in a cost-effective manner. Therefore, the workshops contribute significantly to the empowerment of local suppliers, driving industry growth and sustainable development in the country. In view of this, we encourage you to continuously attend these workshops to be able to derive the most benefit from the interactions. As you might be aware, UNOC is an integrated company that manages a broad portfolio of projects that span the entire petroleum value chain, that is the upstream, midstream, and the downstream. The projects include the upstream Tilenga and Kingfisher development projects, which are under the operatorship of Total Energies and Sinok Uganda Limited respectively, and the Kasurubani contract area that is operated by the Uganda National Oil Company. Other projects include the ECOP and the refinery project in the midstream, and the Kabalega Industrial Park, Kampala and Jinja storage terminals, and downstream products trading operations that we have as a company. The updates on these projects and details of the opportunities will be highlighted later during this workshop. Therefore, through holding supplier development workshops, we aim to develop sustainable and responsible supply chain for the petroleum operations in the country. Uganda's oil and gas sector is intricately linked to various facets of the economy, society, and the environment. The linkages of the oil and gas sector in Uganda extend far beyond the immediate confines of the industry. They influence economic growth, industrial development, infrastructure enhancement, and social environmental dynamics. We look forward to the presentation by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda on the linkages to the oil and gas sector and how the people in this region can benefit from the country's petroleum projects. UNOC recognizes the importance of national participation in petroleum operations as well as the supply chain aspects. In light of this, UNOC continues to conduct capacity building and training programs that are aimed at enhancing the capacity of our suppliers to empower them to participate in the supply chain processes. Therefore, I would like to encourage the participation of all businesses and enterprises in the oil and gas projects, including supply chain and employment. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for excellent leadership and support in the regulation of the country's oil and gas sector. Would like to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for always honoring our invitation for the supplier development workshops to come and guide the suppliers on the regulatory requirements of the oil and gas industry. In particular for this workshop, we thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for supporting enterprises from this region to register on the National Supplier Database to enable them provide goods and services to the country's oil and gas sector. To our partners, Sinok Uganda Limited, Total Energies, and ECOP Limited, we thank you for participation and for always being together with us and the continued support that we work together. We pledge our total support and work with you on the projects where we are partners to ensure that they are a success. And to the media fraternity, would like to thank you for always supporting us in the dissemination of the much needed information to our various stakeholders and to the general public. And to the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Acholi Kingdom, the RDCs and the RCC, technical, security and political leadership of Gulu and Noya districts. We thank you for honoring our invitation, and we are humbled by your participation in today's workshop. We cannot thank you enough, and we pledge continuous collaboration with the people of the region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all in your various capacities for accepting our invitation to participate in this workshop, and we look forward to your active participation. We kindly request you to feel free and ask any questions that you may have to be able to maximize the benefits from this workshop. I thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Loida, for such wonderful overview. She has given us an overview of oil and gas industry in Uganda and what UNOC is doing. Now, at this moment, as I told you, we are expecting so many leaders, including the district chairperson, Noya District, Gulu District, but also the city mayor, Gulu City, and then the RDC, the RCC, the chief administrative officer, the commercial officer will be here, the district community development officer will be here. We shall have all the top management, technical, security, and political will be represented here. At this time, I want to thank you members for coming in on time. And I would like to inform you that our district chairperson is already in the building with us. Now, without wasting any further time, I am going to request the Secretary for Production, Gulu City, to come and give us her remarks because she has represented the city mayor, but also because I am too small in my capacity. I cannot invite the chairperson LC5, Gulu District. So we shall request our Secretary for Production to give us her remarks, but after that, she will invite the district chairperson to come and give his welcome remarks to the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear distinguished participants in your respective capacity. Allow me to observe protocol. Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Rose Adong. Just a correction, I'm the Secretary for Finance, Planning and Administration of Gulu City. I would like to take this single honor to welcome you to Gulu City and to thank the organizer for this engagement, for choosing Gulu City as a host place for this engagement. You're most welcome. Indeed, I am representing the city mayor. He is outside the country. He is in Canada for official engagement. And he has sent me to represent his office. And I believe whatever is going to be discussed here, the resolution passed. I believe the reason as to why leaders are invited here, it is because whatever is going to be resolved, it has to be implemented. So for Gulu City, we are grateful, and I believe all other leaders are going to take in interest to get whatever we are going to discuss here and we implement. I thank the organizer, UNOC, for the wide dissemination of information. The radio talk show you held really helped to mobilize our community. And I encourage you to continue doing the same. Even whatever we are going to resolve, please give the feedback still on radio and other forms of dissemination of information. Because information is power. With this, everyone will be in position to participate and to follow up keenly whatever government of Uganda has for its citizens. I would like to thank all the leaders who have spared their time to be here, and I would like to request that please, despite the many engagements we have, let us sit until the end. It is a half-day workshop. We can spare this time and we get whatever it is being presented to us. Let me use this opportunity to invite the district chairperson of Gulu District, Mr. Opio Christopher Ateke. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for inviting me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Opio Ateke is my name, District Chair, Gulu. Allow me to take this honor once again to welcome you to Gulu District and Gulu City. You all most welcome. Gulu City is the most beautiful city in the country. I'm telling you, and we are proud of that. On the behalf of Gulu District Local Government, we are grateful to be part of this serious engagement. Looking at the number of participants, I believe you've been chosen carefully and for a purpose. First of all, as Gulu District Local Government, we have been hearing about UNOC. I think they have been concentrating their activities around Unoya and part of Oima and other areas. But now that you've extended invitation to us, we are really very, very grateful for the leaders who thought about us. For this particular meeting, I got the invitation this morning. I tried to scan through, and I believe that during the engagements, a lot of things are going to come out. But on the behalf of my colleagues, I want to direct this concern to UNOC that we want to know the details of your recruitment procedures. Because as actually sub-region, we know that part of the oil is also covering Noya, but we don't talk about Noya only. We talk about actually sub-region. I remember we had a very serious regional meeting. That meeting was attended by our Honorable Minister for Minerals, and I am forgetting, but it was a very serious meeting. A lot of presentations were made by our former leader of opposition, and we believe that UNOC and government should take seriously and consider what Honorable Ogenga Otono presented. Because on the scholarship that is being given to our children, to me, I believe that that is not enough, you know. But in a nutshell, we want to see that this scholarship is extended to all the local governments in actually sub-region, not only in Noya. As I conclude, on the behalf of other elected leaders who are here from Noya and nearby districts, it is very important that during the discussion, we need to pay much attention to see that when contracts are given to other organizations within the region and in the country, they should also be considered uniformly, and the procedure in awarding the contracts should also be very, very transparent. Otherwise, with all these few remarks, I don't want to take much of your time. I believe that the outcome of this meeting, it is going to benefit all of us, and it should be participatory so that each and everyone's view is actually taken care of. With these lengthy remarks, allow me once again welcome you to Gulu and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the wonderful remarks. Can we please add him a round of applause? I want to agree with the Honorable Chairman that Gulu is the most beautiful city in Uganda. For the last few days, I've been here since Sunday. I've really enjoyed Bo. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Gulu District. And as I informed you, we have more leaders coming in, and we shall be giving them the opportunity to speak to us as our leaders, because it is important for us to move together with our leadership. And Honorable Chairman, we are here to share the detailed information in regard to oil and gas industry. We know we have been much centered in Noya, but that's why we have said, for the fact that Gulu, Acholi sub-region is big, and Gulu seemed to be in the center of most of these areas, so we thought it wise to come and have a workshop, a half-day workshop. And it's going to be interactive, so after the next presenter, we shall be in position to go into question and answer session, and we want all of us to give our views, to be participative, such that we are in position to move together. I know some of us, it's our first time to involve into oil and gas programs, but please feel free to ask something that you feel you've not understood, because we are here to make sure that as Ugandans, as people from Acholi sub-region, we move together with the rest of the world in terms of these developments. Now, next on our agenda, I want to request a colleague from Upstream, and this is another son of the soil. Mr. Chairman, we have so many people from Acholi sub-region. We have Onen Moses to come and give us a presentation on opportunities in the UNOC projects. Mr. Onen, you are most welcome. Kindly come and give us your presentation. Once again, I want to ask people at the back, are you able to see what's on the screen? Okay, we are going to close the curtain so that we can have a clear view because there's a lot of light coming in. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the leadership, the local leadership from Acholi sub-region, the technical and political leaders from the districts in the sub-region, the cultural leaders, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Onen, and yes, Nya Moses Onen, mama na yai lira, bawa na yai Gulu. Ayai padiwe lamo yai tin yom tutu amebedokan ati UNOC bala exploration manager ticha UNOC uberume moyo mo tin ati alokik tiche jamati UNOC kere jamatro nonge UNOC me business so tin ya yom tutu amelok kere wundushu me your presentation me nye jamiati UNOC kere opportunity no business itwanrango kere UNOC kere a sector ni dushu point twal and Amanda would domain to Jamati UNOC kere teacher UNOC. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you an overview of what UNOC does, the projects and all the different aspects of UNOC. So in terms of the agenda, we will give an overview of the oil and gas sector in terms of the governance. Then we will look into UNOC in terms of its mandate and its overview. Then I'll also give you an understanding of what the basin is and where really we find oil, some of the projects where we work through, and then of course the development projects, what is happening and the different status, and then we'll go into the key projects and we'll do into highlight the opportunities. The sector is really managed by the four, as you can see. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development gives us the license. They're in charge of the policy, and also they give out the license. So they give an area to a company to explore for oil and to develop it, and they award licenses, and that gives you the permission to look into that. They also promote Uganda beyond just within, and also promote the project and attract many investors to help us undertake the projects, because they're more expensive and costly, so you need somebody to partner with you. And then of course we have the regulator, and they'll be talking to us this afternoon. But the regulator regulates, they ensure that we comply with all the laws to make sure that the projects we do are not only sustainable, but they also make sure that the environment is absolutely well maintained. We comply with employment requirements, opportunities and everything. So the regulator ensures that not only do we comply with the laws, but also make sure that the benefits of the project go long term and ensure everyone benefits. And then we have UNOC, which is us, and our aim is really to maintain the state's interest in these projects and also to develop the capacity of Ugandans to make sure that as a country we have the human capital well developed to manage these projects for the benefits of all Uganda. And that's where UNOC comes in. And of course, we have the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. And the ministry really gives, first of all, the physical terms to potential investors, but also the moment they're keen allocating funding to UNOC for most of our projects until we reach a point where we're able to sustain this. So that's where the Ministry of Finance comes in. The next aspect, we are looking at the regulations. So we have the policy, which is by the ministry, that oversees the entire sector. And in that category, we have the upstream, midstream, and the downstream. You'll notice that there are different regulations and acts. So upstream has an act that was incorporated and assented to in 2013 that really governs everything that happens upstream. And from that, we have developed different regulations. And as you can see, one of the key regulations is the national content. And among those regulations of national content, that is that to make sure that all Ugandans benefit from these projects, and also to highlight opportunities for Ugandans. So one of the regulations guide us to make sure as a country, in all regions, Uganda benefits. So it directs, it guides us on how we can ensure Ugandans know the opportunities. It makes sure that we develop Ugandans, we give priority to Ugandan businesses and also to Ugandans. So it's one of those that really guide us a lot to make sure that as a country, the opportunities that we have been blessed in resources actually reach the people. And that's why we reach out to different regions, and especially given that UNOC works for the whole country. So we make sure that every region, every area benefits and opportunities are given to all Ugandans. And that's one of the regulations that guide us. Not only is it regulation, but it's also at the core of UNOC as a company to make sure we all benefit. Of course, then, when the license gives you different production licenses, so for the different areas, there is a production sharing agreement, and that ensures that the resources are well developed. It ensures that the community benefits, the government benefits, and those are some of the agreements we have for the different production licenses we have. And of course, that is the focus, which is upstream. And midstream, which is really the transportation, downstream refining. There you're looking at the ECOP and also the regulations that guide that in terms of health and safety, the environment and all those aspects. That is also key. And of course, we enter agreements with host governments, like intergovernmental agreements with Tanzania, especially for the pipeline. We also enter trade and tariff agreements to make sure that those are really catered. We also enter host government agreements. All these are to make sure that all these benefit the country and everyone. And so that's really some of the aspects. And of course, there's downstream. And for a long time, before the developments of upstream reached here, most of us were exposed to downstream. So you'd go to, let's say, Total Energies, Shell, or the petrol stations. That is where most of us were exposed. You buy your gas, you buy your lubricant. And so for a long time, the downstream sector has been reaching the country more. But now what we want to do is to make sure that what we have downstream, we want to make sure that it's no longer imported, but it also now comes from us as a country. So we have the opportunity to get it from the ground all the way to downstream. And that's really across the entire framework in terms of the regulations. And of course, now we'll dive into UNOC. As a company, it was formed in 2015. And of course, it's owned 100% by the government of Uganda. And our two shareholders are the Minister of Energy, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, that is 51%. Then we have the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Planning and Development, which is at 49%. Those are the real shareholders of UNOC. And of course, we have the CEO. Of course, we have 7 board members. We have the CEO, and of course, a leadership team of 9 executive members who are the chiefs. Currently, we are about 156 people. And the number will increase because that's about 54%. And of course, like the district leader already talked about, we currently have 39% women and 61%. Of course, as the project develops, there'll be more opportunities for this structure to be filled. And of course, as a company, we have subsidiaries. We have the Uganda Refinery Holding Company that is really interested in the refinery, because that is, they really get the crude, refine it, and give you the products that are used downstream and the petrochemicals. So they'll be looking at your fuel products and the petrochemical industries, and that's where the refinery comes in. Then we have the National Pipeline Company, and that one really focuses on the pipeline and also looks at bulk trading, the terminals and all that, and those are the different subsidiaries. And the different subsidiaries are owned by UNOC, and each one of them has a general manager, and of course, that is the whole of UNOC in a nutshell. And then, of course, now I'm going to talk into the project. So, as a country, we have about 6 sedimentary basins. So the sedimentary basins are really, they're mainly rocks that are mainly known for where you find oil, and that is very key. So we have the Lake Albert sedimentary, we have the Pakwech Basin, and then we have Lake Choga, we have also Moroto, and we also have Edward and Lake George. Those are the sedimentary basins. In discovering oil in Uganda, they drilled about 39 exploration wells. Now, exploration wells, they give you a piece of land, you survey the piece of land, you look at the structure, and you think maybe this land, after you've done what we call seismic acquisition or existing data using planes, you say maybe this piece of land has oil because it looks like it has oil, the structure, it looks like it has oil, it has a petroleum system, it looks like it may have oil. So you then go and drill the exploration well, because initially it looks, you study, it is only when you drill that you can now confirm that there's oil. And so as a country, they have drilled 33 exploration wells. Of course, of those, 21 were discoveries. That means when you drilled, you were very successful and you found oil. And then, of course, when you find oil, you ask yourself, how much is it? How big is the oil? Is it only here, or does it reach the other room? So now that's when you go for the appraisal wells. So when you drill the exploration well, like I drill here and I find oil, my question is, where is oil? Is it only here? Does it reach the back of that side? Does it reach? So that's when we go for the appraisal wells. So the appraisal well makes you know how big your field is and how much oil you have there. Now, after you've found the appraisal well, you ask yourself, are they separate? You know, because I may have a well here, but does it reach there? There may be a barrier. So you try to understand how much oil is there. Then once you've done the appraisal well, it gives you a chance to assess, is this project viable? Can it make money? Is it commercially viable? And that is when you send a field development plan to the ministry and tell them, we have found oil here, we drilled more wells, undertook some tests to understand. So we found this amount of oil, and we want to develop this area like this. And that is when the government gives you a production license. Now, when you get the production license, then you now go to the development project, which is now what we call development drilling. And that is what Total and CNOOC are now doing in Tilenga and Kingfisher. Now they were given a production license. As together, there are 9 production licenses. Of those, 7 are with Total Energies as the operator, and 2 are with CNOOC. Now, what they're doing is they sent the field development plan to the ministry. They told the ministry, this is how we want to develop this project, this is how we intend to put infrastructure, this is how we are going to make Ugandans benefit, and now that's when they start developing the project. And so that's, sometimes there are many opportunities to draw, but now that's what we call the development, and that's what they're really doing. As a country, we are looking at about 6.5 billion in terms of reserves, but it is, if you have 6.5 billion, how much of that oil can you really recover? So you see, we're saying we can only recover 1.5. At the moment we recover 1.5, it's some of the oil remains there until new technology comes. So companies spend a lot of time to find ways to get as much oil as possible. But when we do all this, we're trying to develop the project. And of course, as you'll notice that these projects, Tilenga and Kingfisher, UNOC is a shareholder at 15%. CNOOC has 28.33, and then Total has 56.67, and that is on the development side. But when you develop these projects, what happens? You keep, it's like you keep using it, so you need to sustain that, and that is where the exploration project comes. It's like when you develop and you produce, you're using this, and now you have to now find a way of sustaining that, because it's like you keep, as you produce, you want to make sure that there is more. And of course, that is where the licensing round comes in. That is where companies participate. they express interest. They say, okay, Uganda has found oil. The projects are developing. How can I participate? What does that really entail? And that is when we have the exploration, the licensing round. So the licensing round is where different companies are interested in Uganda. They say, okay, the ministry has promoted Uganda. The companies come and say, now we want to participate. We see that you're developing the project. How can we participate? So people, it's like you bid for it. You write to the government telling them, this is what I can do. This is what we can do. And of those, recently, the most recent one, there are 5 licensing rounds. The second licensing round, there were 5 licenses awarded, of which we have Oranto that has 2, which is in Gasa Shallow and in Gasa Deep. We have Ama in Kanyatava, and then we have DGR, which is in Toroko. And of course, UNOC participated and won, and we have Kasurubani, and that is where we now operate. But that makes sure that as a country, when we deplete and start producing, we have a chain to make sure that it's sustainable for the whole country. And this is a feel of the basin and also a feel of what the country has. And of course, if you see this map, you'll see that some of the areas are still not licensed. That means there are more opportunities for people to participate and enter the sector. And now I'll dive into UNOC. UNOC, like Dr. Lloyd has said at the beginning, it operates across the entire chain, so it's vertically integrated. Some of the companies work only upstream, but we are blessed in the sense that we work from upstream to downstream. And of course, in the upstream sector, you'll realize that we make sure that the interest of the government in these projects that are operated by Total and CNOC, it's well managed. We make sure that the state's interests are well managed, and that's why we participate. We also explore, like Kasurubani. We go out and say we want to know new opportunities for the government. So we go into those new opportunities, and of course it involves trading crude. When you get crude, how do you make money? You have to trade, and so we involve in crude trading. And of course from that, then we move to the midstream, where we have the refinery, the East African crude oil pipeline, and of course the industrial park, which enjoys the benefits and the products of the refinery. And of course we have the downstream, where we have the Jinja storage terminal, the Kampala storage terminal, and also bulk trading. I'll go into details on these different projects in the subsequent present slides. And so we'll start upstream. Upstream, there are 2 projects. There is the one operated by Kingfisher, which is Tilenga, and then there's the one operated by Tilenga, Total is Tilenga, and the one operated by CNOC is Kingfisher. So if you look at Tilenga, how do they intend to develop this project? They intend to drill about 427 wells, and of course on a well pad. So a well pad is rectangular, but it gives you access to the where you can have oil. So like I said, I could have oil here, but you may find that that wall means I cannot get oil on the other side. So that means for some of the projects, you only get oil from maybe this group. So this barrier makes sure I cannot develop oil in that area. So that's why you find that you have more wells here. You drill different wells to access all the oil from the different fields that you have. And then of course, once you've developed that oil, you connect the pipes. So we have the flow line pipe. So I get oil from this side, I get from this field and that field, then I connect them. And that's about the 160 kilometers of flow pipe. Then I take it to the central processing facility. Now the central processing facility, which would be, let's say, in Tilinga, now that means I've got oil from all the different fields. But that oil is not pure. It has water, it has gas, it has everything. So I send it to a central processing facility. Now the central processing facility, that is where you separate oil from water and gas, because you want pure oil. So you want to separate the oil. And that's what you do in the central processing facility, which is at Tilenga, and also is one for Kingfisher. Kingfisher will look at 31 wells and 4 well pads. So it's a smaller field. And of course, in terms of the capacity, when they start producing, they will produce at different. So you find that at the peak, Total's man-operated Tilenga will have 190 1,000 barrels of oil per day, and Tilenga will do about 140. That means you're looking at a peak of 230,000 barrels of oil per day. And of course, that would last for 5 years, a plateau of 5 years or 4 years. That means you can maintain that production of, let's say, 230,000 every day for 5 years. Then, of course, you deplete. That's where there's a drop, and that's where there will be a drop. But then, of course, your different projects help you sustain that and fill up the gap. Then after that, you connect from these central processing facilities. We have the feeder pipelines that will take it to the export hub. So you'll have a feeder pipeline from Kingfisher and a feeder pipeline from Total. Now that brings the oil and it's commingled at the export hub. And of course, at the export hub, the refinery will take first call of 60,000, and then the rest will go to the East African crude oil pipeline that will go to Tanzania. And of course, it's about the 143 kilometers, and it will go all the way to Tanga, and it will be exported. And of course, some of the products from the refinery will be refined, and some will be used for the petrochemical industries, and then of course the others will go to the Jinja terminal, storage terminal, and Kampala storage terminal, and of course it will reach the people through the bulk trading and downstream. And of course there'll be a 211 kilometers that would bring the refined product from the refinery to MPG, where the Kampala storage terminal will be, and then it will be distributed to different downstream companies. And now go more in depth into upstream. So in terms of upstream, like I mentioned, UNOC has 15% equity, Total 56.67, and of course Kingfisher 28.33. And this shareholding is across for Tilenga and Kingfisher the same. Of course, at the moment there are 3 rigs that Total is operating in the Tilenga development project, and of course it cuts across the different 9 fields. And of course, they have drilled today about 37 wells. And of course, the reserves, that means the amount of oil that Total has is about 874 million. And they intend to develop, to produce this using 427 wells, of which some of that are producer wells and some are for injection. So as you produce the oil, the pressure down reduces. That means you inject some water to increase the pressure such that you produce more. So as you pull it up, you need more pressure to sustain that. And sometimes you use pumps, and that's where the different wells that you look. And of course, the flow line, as you can see from the pictures, the different flow lines. And then of course, you have the feeder that takes you to the export hub and the central process facility. And that, of course, for this project, Total will invest about 4.5 billion in terms of capex. And of course, when you look at some of this, you see that these are the well pads, there's the rack, and all these. These are showing work that is ongoing at the moment in the field. Some of you, like the media and other people, have had the chance to actually see this work, and that is what is happening in Tilenga. And then when we look at Kingfisher, Kingfisher is closer to Lake Albert. So the drilling that UNOC is doing is a bit different. So it's extended reach drilling. So that means they drill from land to access some of the oil reserves that are below Lake Albert. And so for it, we're looking at a capacity of, at its peak, 40,000 barrels of oil per day. And of course, they're looking at 31 wells, and some of this you can see, that's just the aerial view of Tilenga. This shows the rig which is doing the development drilling. Of course, this was when we were having the initial spud, when we started the first development drilling. And of course, that is just Kingfisher down here. So you're looking at 19 kilometers of flow line. And of course, in terms of investment, we're looking at 2.4 billion in terms of investment. And so this is operated by UNOC, and it has today, they have so far drilled 7 of the 31 wells have been drilled and completed. Of course, drilling is ongoing, and they're just using 1 rig for that. And that is with Kingfisher. Now I move into the Kasubani contract area. That is owned by us, UNOC. We are the operator, and this is to explore. We want to discover oil. We got the license last year in February, and we're now understanding existing data. This data exists. We want to understand, what does this mean? How do we find out how much oil we have? So we're interpreting the existing data we got from the ministry From that, we'll also define and say maybe these are areas where we suspect to have oil in this block because it's big, it's 1,285 square meters, so you can see the whole area here. This whole area is Kasrubani. So for that area, it's really big. So we try to study the existing data and say, okay, how much information do we get from this? Can we define where we find oil? And that's what we're doing. We're understanding the existing data. We'll define areas that we suspect to have oil. Then we shall drill those areas to find out if there's oil. And then, of course, we'll go through the process. We find an exploration well, we go to appraisal, and then go all the way to what is happening in Sinok and Kingfisher, which is the development drilling. And that is really, and we do this in 6 years, 2 phases each, and currently we're in the first period, and we are looking at the reprocessing existing data, interpret and define prospects. The next period, which is 2 years, we'll go into drilling our first exploration well and also opportunities to further study. And of course, all these projects give you opportunities, which could be technical services, business and all that, and I'll dive into the different opportunities. So at the moment, as UNOC, in terms of Kasrubani, some of the opportunities are currently under evaluation, but of course, some of these involve the studying of resources, how much resources there. Those are consultancies. We also want to acquire seismic. What does seismic mean? Seismic is when you really, seismic is like an X-ray to understand what is below. You want to know what is below the ground because it's a technique you use. You hit and find out what's below. So it helps you understand what is below the ground. It makes you understand, is there oil? What exists? That's what we do. So one of the things will be to acquire seismic. You understand, you want to know what is below the ground. Does this area have oil? So the whole area, you're trying to understand if there is oil. And then, of course, you go down and say, if you found that oil, you process it, then you interpret. That makes you, give you the confidence to say, this is where I can find oil. Then, of course, for all these projects, because you're exposed, there's a business opportunity to provide insurance for that. And, of course, as you notice, as a government, we don't have the financing for that at the moment. So we tend to do a lot of this project through joint venture opportunities. And those opportunities are where we look for people to partner with. Then, of course, there are oil fields. There's more to the field than just seismic. You can provide the camps, you can provide the food, you can provide catering, security, and all the services that you need, even some of the technical services. And of course, then you have general office suppliers. And of course, as you know, like I said earlier, some of these, the government has put regulations, like the national court regulations, that they're those that have been ring-fenced to Uganda. That means only Ugandan-owned companies can take up these opportunities, and these are 16. So you find that all these, like transport, security, food, accommodation, surveying, civil works, communication, waste management. So as a country, we believe that Ugandan companies have developed this capacity, and because they have developed this capacity, they have refixed it because we believe as a country that this should remain, this revenue, this income should remain in the country, and they should be aimed at really not only developing our human capital, but also to make sure that the benefits of these projects remain here, and so that we can have the advantages of this. And this is really the opportunities that we have with Kasrubani and as a project that UNOC was. And UNOC as a company focuses and makes sure that even in our understanding of projects, tenders, we make sure that Ugandan companies are given consideration. So it's a very key aspect when we're evaluating tenders to make sure that Ugandan companies really benefit. And of course, some of these supplier development workshops we do, one is to show the opportunities that exist and also to highlight how Ugandan companies can develop the capacity and get involved in these aspects and really benefit from this, such that we all benefit and all the proceeds from this remain in the country. And now that is really with the upstream. Now I'm going into the midstream where we have ECOP, which is the pipeline really to make sure that, you know, after you've processed this crude, it's now ready. How do you get foreign exchange? One of the key aspects is to export it and sell it to the global market. And how do you access the global market? So Uganda is landlocked. So we want to access the global market through an East African crude oil pipeline that passes through from Uganda all the way to Tanga. Of course, most of it is in the greatest percentage of the distances in Tanzania, but of course we will have 2 pump stations, and Uganda's crude is medium to light. That means it's the specific gravity. How light is it? And of course it's a bit waxy, so the pipeline is insulated and it's below the ground, and it also heats up as and when required, so that you are able to get a fluid at the end at the tanker that is in form of crude oil. By the waxy nature of the oil, it means that if the oil solidifies, it's like if you remember kiwi, the shoe polish. That is how the oil looks if it's on surface and it's at normal temperature. It becomes like your black shoe. It's wax, it's black as your kiwi, and it's as solid as your kiwi. So some of these pipelines are heated using heat tracing to make sure that it flows. And of course, there are different pump stations. All this is underground. And if you've noticed, you realize that about the plants for the pipeline have been developed in Tanzania. So they're setting up the insulation plants. About 100 kilometers of the 5 pipelines have come. They are compensating people. About 300 kilometers have been developed, and they have compensated people. They have done the wrap and everything, and so everyone is really benefiting. So the project is progressing. The investment will be about 5 billion, and this will be key for us to reach the market and extraction route. And of course, along this, there have been pipelines, and these are just some of the developments, just show what's going on, and the civil works and all this. And of course, the aim is to make sure that it's ready for fast oil come next year. And of course, this just shows you more details. So you realize that about 1,447 is in Tanzania, and that is in Uganda. Of course, we have the 2 pump stations in Uganda, and of course, the other in Kenya, in Tanzania. And this will make sure that we export the crude. And of course, at the terminal in Tanzania, they're developing the marine just to make sure that the ships can come and take these global markets through different refineries and everything. And that is the East African crude pipeline. And then, of course, we go further into the refinery. So the refinery is owned by Uganda. It will go through the joint venture. We're currently having negotiations to make sure that it's financed. It will cost about 4 billion. It will have tax priority. That means it will take 60,000 of the initial crude that is produced. From this, we'll produce different petrochemicals and also fuel, oil and gas that will also transport to the different terminals. And of course, from this we'll provide. At the moment, the wrap has been done, compensation, the land has been secured, and all this is aimed at doing the refinery that will feed into the petrochemical companies and also help with the different industries and of course manage that aspect of the project. And of course the feed and environmental impact assessment, and of course there are now negotiations to make sure. And of course this will significantly contribute to our economy and bring not only opportunities, jobs, but also help with the development of the country as a whole. And of course we have the industrial park, which is the Kabalega Industrial Park, and this is about, the area is about 29.5 square kilometers. It will house the industrial park. Of course the airport is being developed, and it's at 98%. The different feeder pipelines are ongoing. There's a master plan, and of course they're going to put different industries. All these are aimed so you'll have a petrochemical factor to benefit from the products of the refinery, and also from those who will have different industries. And of course this is being developed, and there are different industries from the fertilizers and all these export. And of course it will contribute about 4.9 billion in terms of our billion to our refinery. So that's really in terms of the project. And of course, at the moment, there are negotiations on going to find a partner and also develop the Kabalega Industrial Park. And also this UNOC is a key operator in this. And of course, then we have the ginger storage terminals, which are the storage terminals. So from the refinery, we're going to get different products. So some of the products that we're going to get are the oil, gas products, like the fuel that will be used through, from the refinery, you'll go through a multi-product pipeline. That's about 211 kilometers. So the products will be going to the different terminals. Of course, we have the ginger storage terminal that was built in 1970. We operate it fully. At the moment, it's engaged in bulk trading, and of course, we use that to supply some of the fuels. And of course, a lot of the infrastructure has been built around it, and there's more development. And of course, we intend to develop the Kampala storage terminal, which will have a capacity of about 320 million liters. and will be the biggest shareholder with 51% equity. And of course, the land has been secured as in Impigi. There are ongoing developments and negotiations with potential developers to develop this and make sure that everyone benefits. And of course, these are all the different projects. And as you probably notice, we're now been given the right as a company to be the main source supplier of fuel in Uganda. And of course, our partner is Vito, and now we're involved in supplying fuel through this partnership. And the aim is to give you more security in terms of the supply of these products, and also to ensure that there's price stabilization, and just to make sure that we all benefit from that. Of course, we have 100% equity and are currently involved in that. So from this, we'll have different opportunities like lubricants, LPG, gas, and all that. And those are the aspects that we'll have from the downstream training. And of course, as a company, in conclusion, as a company, we currently operate Kasarubani fully, and we intend to partner with you in different projects to make sure that you all benefit from these projects and also participate and do that. And we look for different partners in the sector. We make sure that they all benefit and get that. And of course, the opportunities to build capacity and also partner with us, make business with us, and also as a country. And of course, this is how we do. And we believe that there's more opportunities, like I said, in terms of exploration and development of Uganda projects. And as you know, we intend to stay here for long. We're owned here, and we make sure that we develop our projects, develop the country, and make sure that not only do we benefit, but every Ugandan, and we enhance the capacity of the company and our own human development. And that's what really focus is. And so, and in conclusion, I'll just give you UNOC in a nutshell, which basically gives you our entire company aspirations. We intend to be a $1 billion company. At the moment, we're about $325 million, but we intend to be a $1 billion company. And that is us in a nutshell. We have 15 equity in Telenga, 15% Kingfisher, and of course, Kasarubani 100%. We're involved in ECOP, where we partner with, where we have 15% in ECOP, but of course, Total, the Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, SINOC, and all other in terms of the ECOP process. Of course, this is us. We have 15%, and currently we're about 156. And of course, we're involved in bulk trading, we're involved in storage terminals, industrial park, and this is really, we work across the entire value chain, and we participate in all these different projects. But key to this is that we want to make sure that Ugandan benefit both at personal level, but also at business level. We intend to make sure we develop capacity of Ugandans and ourselves, and to make sure that as a country we benefit. And as we have talked at the beginning, we'll be having these engagements across the different regions where we operate, and also highlight opportunities to all Ugandans. And so this is us, and this is just a snap into the different projects that we have. And I hope with this you'll get a better understanding, and as we share more into these aspects, we'll give you more insights and more opportunities. And I just want to thank you a lot for paying attention, and that marks the end of this session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Onen Moses, for a wonderful presentation. I hope we are able to understand now where we are. But I know it reminds me of one of the meetings when we were discussing about barrows, Telenga, Kasarubani, Kingfisher. Somebody was very eager, was like, what do you mean by those words? I've never heard about anything like Kasarubani, not even Telenga. So allow me just in 1 minute to make a small clarification on certain words. Some of these words are not vocabulary English words. They are words that were formed, and these are project areas. When we talk about a barrow, and he mentioned that we have 6.5 billion barrels that were discovered, but out of 6.5, we have 1.4 discoverable, meaning out of 6.5, we shall be able to get for 1.4 billion barrels. A barrel is a unit of measure for crude oil, and 1 barrel is equivalent to 159 liters. So I felt we could have to understand. For those who can Google some of these things, please, you can always get more details. But in terms of these other project areas, we have mentioned the Telenga. Telenga is a project area that is being developed by our partner known as Total Energies, but of course with UNOC as a joint venture partner. And Telenga is a word that is not an English word, neither is it a French word, but it's a word that was formed following the existence of one common wild animal called the kob. Those who know the kob, because we are near the Murchison Falls National Park, and there's a common animal called kob. And this kob in West Nile and Choli sub-region, and they call it tail, not so. So we call it tail. And then when you cross the other side of Bunyoro and the Bantu generally, they call it engabi. So the word tail and engabi were merged to produce the word tilenga. So that is the meaning of the word Telenga. Telenga is a project area that is covering areas of Bulisa and Nwoya, and that is where Total is based. And then we have Kingfisher. Kingfisher is an animal, a bird that lives around Lake Albert. It feeds on fish, and it's called Kingfisher, and that's why that area was called Kingfisher Project Area, or Kingfisher Development Area. Now then we have Kasurban. Kasurban is a new block, or a new project area that was awarded as a license to Uganda National Oil Company, and we are going on to carry out exploration of that area, which is covering areas of Bulisa, Masindi, and Hoima. So I felt it would be important for us to appreciate how far we've gone and what we mean. Now, we have the Office of the President in the building, but I don't have too much powers to invite her. I'll request my Chief Corporate Affairs to come and invite our RDC to give her remarks.
Thank you very much, Robert. Madam RDC. Okay. Okay, I have been reliably informed that Madam RDC would like to listen in first of all. But maybe, Madam RDC, just to give a small recap of what we have been discussing. As the Uganda National Oil Company, it's our duty for all Ugandans to be able to, number one, inform the country on the opportunities that are in the sector, but most importantly as well for the people within the region where these activities are happening, to be able to participate, especially the areas of Acholi and Bunyoro and Bugungu. So what we have been really sharing this morning, Madam RDC, is the opportunities in the upstream area. I know many of you have been seeing very hard words. Even me, when I went there, the words were hard. Spudding. I said, what is spudding? Spudding, mengo. They said drilling. But drilling, some of us know drilling as something different. So, Madam RDC, we have also been on a learning tour. So I hope you can also enjoy the learning tour of oil and gas. You know, more is not a new thing to Uganda. And as Ugandans, we are always striving to learn more. So the reason for us coming here as UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, is to begin a conversation which is not a one-off, but is going to be a constant conversation on oil and gas in the Acholi sub-region. We have had a conversation with the different radio stations over the last 2 days, and we have agreed with them that for the duration of the next year, we are going to be able to come every month to speak to the people, to educate the people in what we call an oil and gas conversation over a couple of hours. And that way, people are not in the dark. When we did what we call an industry baseline survey in 2013, what we found was that it is not that there are no opportunities, but it is the fact that people do not know what activities are there. Now we are saying, let us tell people what activities are there. So our workshop is a supplier workshop, which will not only focus on suppliers, but also the young people or the people who have the necessary skills to work in the sector. And I think that is very, very important. I will give you some very interesting statistics, and this is just to make people come. When we were looking at the manpower, what that will be needed in the sector, it was understood that, or found out that, 1% will be people like me. And those jobs are probably already taken. 14% are your engineers and all of these people. 60% are your constructors, your plumbers, your welders, your fitters, you know, your masons. A lot of the energy that we have within this region and many of the other regions. And then finally, 25% are unskilled labor. what we like to call in Swahili jua kali. Okay? Ingao jua kali. Aha. All you have to do, and what happens is you are trained in health and safety to make sure that you are safe in the environment that you're operating in. When you go to many of these camps, if you went to Tangi, if you went to Bulisa, you will find out that the people who are employed for such jobs are the local people within the community. Emphasis is on the local people. So we have come not to tell you, but also to listen and share what we have, but also to work out a strategy on how we can all work together to make this a good story. So, Madam RDC, that is it in brief, what we have been going through. The very big words from my brother Moses Onen, who was telling us about the refinery, and he showed very nice lights. Hopefully, we can see that in our lifetime, and I know we will see it in the next few years. So we are excited to be here as Uganda National Oil Company, and Madam RDC, I will allow you, when the time is right, to come and share a word with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony Otoa. I've been informed that people are already dozing because we've sat for almost 2 hours. I am going to kindly request those who have the energy. I know some of us are not in position to sit and stand, but I'm going to request those who have the energy to stand up. I'm going to give you a very simple and an exercise that will clear the sleep from our eyes. Very simple. Remember, we are going to go into Q&A session. After Moses' presentation, we need to react, to seek clarifications. But before that, I want us to be awake. Now, we are going to write the word UNOC using our head. The word UNOC using our head. I'm going to lead, because you know we have UNOC. Please don't hit yourselves. I know while writing, you might end up knocking your neighbor. Try as much as possible to be strategic. And I would be happy if we started from our left to the right, such that we don't collide. We are going to start with U, N, O, C. Thank you so much. I know the left-hand people are finding a lot of challenges, but thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I'm also requesting that we have a sign language interpreter just in front of us. And if you have anybody who wants the services of a sign language interpreter, we shall request that you ask that person to come and sit in this row, because they will be in position to clearly pick from our expert. You know, sign language is not a joke, eh? So we have to appreciate her great job. Now, at this moment, we are going into Q&A session to discuss participatively. We are going to participate, and we have only 30 minutes because we have another presentation that will come from Petroleum Authority. Petroleum Authority is our regulator, so we are having 30 minutes from now to react or ask questions in regard to what Moses Onen just presented to us, and thereafter we shall have another 1 hour of presentation from Petroleum Authority, and that will be focusing on the benefits and how people of Northern Uganda can participate and benefit from the oil and gas sector. At this point in time, I will request that when you're asking your questions, basically raise your hand, say your names, go straight to the question, because we are over 300 people, and if we take 5 minutes each, we can't use 30 minutes. So we are just going to be very straight to the point. And also, let's not repeat what has already been asked, because I know we all want to speak, but we shall have time to interact and get to understand each other. At this moment, I will request my colleagues to be on standby, because these questions are going to be answered collectively. We are going to start with, I will request Lilian Nyakuni. Lilian Nyakuni, wherever you are, come closer, because we shall need to move the microphone from one person to another. Let's be straight to the point and accurate. You raise your hand, you receive a microphone, and then we can start from, okay.
Yes, good morning. My name is Emmanuel Ogonya. I saw in the presentation we talked about companies that have already been evaluated or selected as partners. I don't know if this information is publicly available for other companies for this purpose of, say, partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ufonya Double Stephen. I'm a leader of Passion with Disability. As you know, I saw your recruitment. You said you recruited female and then male, 61% in your team. But I want to know how many Passion with Disability have you recruited among your team or your national recruitment, something of recruitment. I'm talking of recruitment because I'm the chairperson representing Passion with Disability, NRM League, but I didn't hear that. Thank you so much. I want to know. Even though allow us, because as I saw from here, you have so many areas where you are working. So I feel happy when Passion with Disability are also recruited. Because so far in Uganda here, in the line with the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, we have 8 different categories of Passion with Disability. I think they can work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Otim Michael. I'm the Prime Minister of the Acholi Cultural Institution. I decided to sit in some incognito way so that I could listen better from what the discussions are. But nonetheless, I bring you greetings from His Highness Rod David Onena Chana. He conveys his appreciation for this workshop. And I want to thank UNOC for holding this supplier development workshop and listened very carefully to it. I just want to begin with a small story. Some time back, precisely early last year, I traveled from West Nile via Panyemur by ferry to Wanseko. And when I reached Wanseko and I started driving there, I could see some element of dualism. One region looks really prospering, while this other side of the Nile looked different. The roads are well paved, the facilities, roads are highly protected. I mean, it's just like you're not even in the same country. So why do I tell this story? As Acholi sub-region, for instance, this brings us to the question, how do we benefit from this oil and gas sector, a natural resource that is being extracted from our land? This is something that the ordinary people would want to know. Listening to my friends Onen Moses' presentation, very brilliant presentation, the issues being raised. But how do we make the ordinary person in Noya or in other parts of Acholi feel that this resource that is being extracted from here, we are also benefiting from it? So these are some of the things that I have in mind. I'm happy when I heard the CEO speak that this is maybe the beginning of the interaction. And I would propose that let this interaction continue. But above all, for Acholi, I think we need very strategic discussions on what exactly and how Acholi can benefit. listening to you, your standards are extremely high. I'm afraid many of our suppliers here may not meet your standards. The question is, how can UNOC help them become good participants that can partake and benefit from this oil resource? So it's an issue that we need to look through. I understand the oil monies are going to be ring-fenced largely for infrastructure development. If that being the case, is it possible that Acholi can benefit through robust and affirmative infrastructure development, aware of the fact that we experienced conflict for over 20 years? You can't compare us to other parts of the country that were thriving. Even just take a simple example, a commercial farmer in another part of the country supplying maybe agricultural produce to the oil, our farmers may not competitively, compete with them. What can we do? We are largely an agro-based region. Our comparative advantage is in agriculture. Maybe using agriculture, how can we benefit? What can UNOC do for us? I have a couple of other issues, but in the interest of time, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
Thank you. My name is John Muto Onon. I'm asking about quality assurance because some of the products we have here, like maize, when we transport them out of the country, say it is infested with aflatoxin. What is the kind of quality we can supply to UNOC? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies, can we have some ladies as well, please?
Yes, Achach Robert Okok is my name, the chairperson of Tofa Sacco Limited. Just to supplement on what the Prime Minister said, I think our biggest concern here is you hear about industrial parks, and when you hear about the locations, we are not included. As we speak, the project is being implemented, but the workshop is being more of an engagement, like to understand and get the feedback. So the project designers, please get it well that this should have happened by 2013 when you are doing the survey. But better late than never. We'd like to hear about your plan for the industrial park for Acholi sub-region, because that is the best way we can put more industries that can create more employment. When you look at the employment being created by UNOC, it's roughly around 200 people. That is good enough, but it's small. So if you create more industrial parks, we have more partners coming on board, more industries created, we shall create more employment opportunities for the young people. Secondly, the sub-region feeds the entire country, feeds almost East Africa and the biggest part of Africa, and that is agriculture. And without mechanizing the agriculture, it becomes a big challenge. The land is there, it's vast, but how best can we engage our people to mechanize agriculture to create more employment opportunities? And then lastly, if we talk about industrial parks, we cannot talk about electricity. So what do you have in plan to support some of these sectors, these areas, so that we can have more people on board? Less of this, we are just moving around in circles. We won't see results in the near future. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Adoch Viola Monica Latigo. I want in a simple term for people to help me go down to my people in Noya and tell them they have an overtone of fear. And it's either fortunate or unfortunate. I was in Nigeria in an oil-rich area, I saw what it does to the land. And we are all aware that northern Uganda and Noya in particular is the food basket. And we want to be better to feed Africa. Now, what have you guys put in place to protect us from the West, from the refinery and wherever it is? That's one. That times, in case of waste or leakages, because if we should appreciate this, most of the towns, surrounding areas are either fishing communities or farming communities. And both the leakages and then waste can destroy land and or even the water for the fish. What have you guys put to help us? Because our people are really afraid. We already have climate change we are dealing with. We don't need more worries to come. I wanted to ask 2 questions, but then, of course, Comrade Tony has moved out. They said the rest of us were only 1%. But still, what are you guys doing to mentor the few Acholis who are upcoming, who could be corporate people? Are you mentoring them? Are you training them to be that those engineers, the few percentages, what is being done to open the eyes, to encourage people? I believe that wherever Tangi is, you know that that community, most of the young children have actually dropped out of school. What are you doing to encourage these young children to come, the Tonyo Towers, the youth, and everyone in either UNOC or the Petroleum Authority of Uganda of the future? Let's help these people. Let's have in plan what to, I believe, because when we leave, we shouldn't have the oil cast like it's been happening all over. We know about the oil cast and what it brings. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have 2 more questions? And others, I request you to write your questions on a piece of a paper and then send them forward, because we are going to have a presentation and another session of Q&A.
Thank you very much. I'm called Otieno Ambrose, a civil engineer with Uganda Corporation. Basing on your deliberation, we have been deliberating. You said that all the transportation of oil will be by the pipeline. Is there any other options, especially we have rail line passing just beneath that place? Is there any other option for transportation by other means to create opportunity for jobs for communities within the line? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lucy. I have some questions, like 2. What I wanted to know was what are the specific opportunities available for the local suppliers in the Acholi region? And then the second question would be, what are the indirect and induced leakages to the petroleum value chain, and how locals will benefit from them? If you could answer that, I think it will guide us more.
Okay, thank you. Let's have the last one. Others, I request you to write on a piece of a paper forward, but also we shall have another set of Q&A session.
Thank you very much. I'm called Opeo. I'm a deaf person. I don't hear, but I just want to ask a question. Since UNOC has said that they have recruited so many people in their company, so can a deaf person also be included so that we also get work in your company? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful questions. Let's close questions for now, because we need to give responses. And we have people from different departments. We have our geologists here. We have the human resources here. We have the national content team. And then we have Petroleum Authority. So at this time, allow me to invite Dr. Loida to come and respond to a few questions. Yeah? Yes, Dr. Loida will answer a set of questions, and then we shall also have other members to respond. She is a geologist, and she's an expert, and she knows where the oil is. So she can give us some technical responses to some of these issues, but also other colleagues will be in position to respond to some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And thank you very much, our delegation, our team from the Northern Sub-region. I've listened to the questions that have been raised, and they are really pertinent for the benefit of all Ugandans. As our mandate runs, we're running the oil and gas sector, managing it on behalf of the government for the benefit of all Ugandans. But importantly, it has to be sustainable for all of us. I'll pick a few questions which are general in nature and technical in terms of geology and upstream, and our colleagues will take on other questions. One of the questions which was raised first was about the companies that have already been selected and whether this information is available publicly for partnerships. I'll start with the companies that were highlighted having taken on the licenses for exploration and development and production. The information on these companies is publicly available, as we have already highlighted here, but it's also available at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Petroleum Authority, and also the Uganda National Oil Company. The process that they went through was mainly through the competitive licensing round, and the process is clearly highlighted during the process for everyone to follow. As we indicated for the case of the Uganda National Oil Company in the Kasarubani contract area, we'll soon open up for partnerships in this license to be able to get a company to work with in delivering the work program obligations. And I believe for all the other companies, when the opportunities for partnerships become available, there is a process that is public that is put in place to invite partners. When I go to the companies that have contracts or that are contracted to deliver goods and services, as Moses indicated in one of the slides, the evaluation is currently ongoing. The laws, the regulations that have been put in place by the government specify the process through which procurements can be undertaken, and the Uganda National Oil Company follows a transparent process for the selection of the companies to deliver the services through a process that is specified in the upstream regulations and other different regulations, as well as the company internal processes. But should you like to have information on these companies that have contracts, you are very welcome to contact us so that we connect you to these companies. As a national oil company, we encourage partnerships, one, to help gain knowledge and experience, but also to help you to be able to diversify the risk, and especially to be able to pull the resources together to deliver on the work. The other aspect is related to the developed one-sec tourism that was raised by the Right Honorable Prime Minister as compared to the Acholi sub-region, which is considered less developed. Yes, it is very clear that the areas around Bulisa are already developed, but this is part of a plan that was put in place to put in place the infrastructure to enable the exploitation of the oil and gas resources that have been discovered in preparation for production. This necessitated putting in place the oil roads that will support the transportation of the different goods and services to and from the production areas, and also to support the production. As you may be aware, most of the infrastructure is located closer in Bulisa, and the selection of this was based on the best location that is effective and cost-effective, but also environmentally friendly for the projects. As you well know, most of the resources in Nwoya and Acholi sub-regions are located in the national park, and some parts of the national parks are considered as a Ramsar site where no activity should be done, but also as part of the requirement to ensure coexistence with the national parks, the animals where we get resources and revenues from as a country, we cannot interfere with them. One of the reasons we have to exist and coexist with other sectors of the economy, including the national parks. So we could not be able to set up these facilities such as the central processing facility, and others, for example, for the Tilenga within the national parks, because we were not allowed by the national parks body, as well as the NEMA, but also internationally, being Ramsar sites, we could not do anything within this place. So we, as much as possible, try to reduce the footprint within the national park. But that one said and done, as a country, there is going to be a petroleum fund, and the purpose of which is going to be for infrastructure development, which is going to benefit all Ugandans. So I believe that as people from the region will benefit from that, but also working with the government and other partners, will work together, as you indicated, that we need strategic thinking on how this can be developed. And through the radio talk shows and discussions that Tony has talked about, I believe that the government, together with the people of the sub-regions, will find ways to be able to put these, some of these pain points to rest, because the oil and gas industry, the oil and gas resources are meant to benefit all Ugandans, not only one part of the country. About the industrial parks, which are located elsewhere. At the moment, the only industrial park that the Uganda National Oil and National Oil Company is responsible for is the Kabalega Industrial Park. And the reason the National Oil Company is responsible for the Kabalega Industrial Park is specific to the oil and gas sector. And the location, as I indicated, was based on the cost effectiveness of the project, whereby it is going to serve both the Kingfisher, which is down south in the Buhuka sub-region, in the Buhuka area, and also the Tilenga, which is in the north. There had to be some kind of a central location where this can be. So the industrial park, of course, has an international airport that is going to deliver and take out the goods and services. But again, what I can say is that the industrial parks are a mandate of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and according to the needs and the planning of the country, they set up different industrial parks in the different parts of the country to serve the different purposes. But again, as the oil and gas industry and as the National Oil Company, we have listened to the views of the people of the Acholi sub-region, and we will work with the Ministry of Trade and Industry through collaboration to raise the concerns that are raised by the people so that consideration can be made, especially given the fact that the sub-region is agriculture rich. So there could be ways in which industrial parks that would support this and also support the other sectors of the economy to be able to support the people of the sub-region and benefit from the many aspects that come from the industrial parks, such as jobs, as had been indicated. Mechanizing agriculture, that one is said and done, and it's something that has to be done through the Ministry of Agriculture, through the government in the different levels. But our role here was to relay this information to the responsible ministries, because I believe as a government, we look at mandates whereby we can only deliver information, but also raise the issues that are raised by the communities to be able to support them. And that goes to the electricity. Yes, much as electricity falls within the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we are going to raise this so that the people of the sub-region can have access through the different programs, for example, rural electrification and other programs that can be targeted to support the different communities. A lady raised a question on the protection of the waste from the refinery and different other projects. As the country, our emphasis is to sustainably develop the oil and gas resources. We are focused on the climate change. We are focused on the environmental sustainability. And we also have an ESG strategy in place, that is environmental and social governance strategy in the company. But again, there are laws and regulations that govern the environment provided for under NEMA. And for example, for any activity to be undertaken in the oil and gas industry, it is a requirement that an environmental, social impact assessment is undertaken to be able to highlight the impacts of this activity to the environment, and mitigation measures are put in place to minimize or completely eliminate the potential impacts to this. So for the sake of the refinery, an environmental and social impact assessment was undertaken, and mitigation measures have been put in place to ensure there is no impact to the environment whatsoever, or minimized completely to the lowest levels that will have no impact to the environment, the people, and other installations. And that goes for all the other infrastructure that is developed within the oil and gas sector, because it's a legal requirement to be able to undertake environmental and social impact assessment, so that we coexist with the environment that we have. What are we doing to mentor the Acholis, the young people? I'll leave that one to Catherine, since she's responsible for HR aspects. A gentleman asked about the transportation by the pipeline. Is that the only route? At the moment, yes. The oil and gas resources, or the crude that will be produced from the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will be transported to the international market through the pipeline, and even that will be going to the refinery will be transported through the feeder pipeline from the production areas, the central processing facilities, to the delivery point or the export hub in Kabale, in Hoima. So at the moment, that has been determined as the most cost-effective, but also as an environmentally friendly route to transport our products. The opportunities, of course, are available for jobs and all that. Plenty of opportunities will be created, as Tony had alluded to at the beginning. So in the meantime, we can look at the opportunities in the pipeline and other aspects or projects that are being put on. But I believe that feasibility studies continue to be undertaken on the most cost-effective and effective way to transport our crude. But at the moment, the pipelines, the feeder and the ECOP are the most cost-effective and efficient ways to transport our crude. I think anything to do with the specific opportunities for local suppliers. Yes, as Moses indicated, there are 16 ring-fenced opportunities for local suppliers, but that does not stop Ugandans from engaging in those that haven't been ring-fenced. So these opportunities continuously get highlighted, but the Right Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that the people in the Acholi sub-regions have kind of lower standards, may not be able to compete. But yes, we believe that there is always an opportunity to compete at different levels, because I know we can start crawling, then walk, and we run. So there are opportunities that we can partake of, and given that the region, the sub-region, is mainly agriculture rich, there is plenty of opportunities for agricultural products, whereby the camps, but even beyond the camps, with the infrastructure being developed, our agricultural products can be commercialized and added value too. But again, we continue to develop their capacities through our national content development programs, so that the communities or the local suppliers can benefit. A lady asked about what are the indirect and induced linkages that we have. I'd like to request the lady that asked this to listen in to the presentation that is going to be made by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And if the question still persists, then we'll try to address it after that presentation. I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Loida. We are going to have Tony Otoa, and then we shall have Jessica Cheyune, and then we shall have Catherine finally. So let's.
Thank you very much, Robert. I think mine is very simple because many of the questions have been answered. So I will just move to the question that was asked by my sister about the mentorship. And the mentorship question, I guess, is also very well answered, or will be well answered by the head of, the chief human resource officer. But I will just go to the issue of, what will the money, or where will the money that will come out be used for? There are two areas when you focus, and I want us to focus now on Acholi sub-region. There are two areas to think about. The first area is that of the cultural institution, and the second area is that of the district administration. Now, what will come to them is what we call royalties, okay? When the oil is dealt with and the profit is sorted, a percentage will come off it for royalties. For the cultural institution, the royalties will be 1%, okay? 1%. For the districts, it is now up to you district leaders to collect as much revenue because it will be a reflection of what you have collected. If you don't collect enough, Madam Secretary of Finance, you're hearing. If you don't collect enough, we leave you there. We give you what you can handle. If you collect more, you give in more. So what we have also agreed as UNOC is to come and support the the cultural institution and the districts, a training on royalties, how to manage royalties. Madam RDC, we all know when money comes, everyone is excited. I have my very nice people in Agweng, in Lira. When we got our compensation for the road, even my cousins who had never seen 1 million instantly had 40 million. And I can tell you that that money disappeared the way it came. So we have to train ourselves on how to manage these resources and focus on the priority areas for development. And I guess this is also now where you come in to tell the district what you think is priority, but also for the cultural institution to deliberate and see what is priority. The issue of post-harvest handling and agriculture, I am very glad that we have our partners from the Stanbic Business Incubator. Linda, if you can stand up, please. Linda will be speaking just briefly before we end about what they do at the Stanbic Business Incubator. But while at the you can sit down now. While at the Stanbic Business Incubator, while at Stanbic Business Incubator, training was done to support local farmers on how to manage their farming, on how to grow high-value products. Because again, let me just give you a simple example here. When you plant maize in a garden, it takes how many months? 3 months. And when you plant maize in an acre, how many bags of maize do you get if you're doing a good harvest? Any farmers here? How many bags do you get in an acre? Sorry? I can see there are no farmers here. How many? 15 to 20 bags in an acre. How much is a bag? Roughly 100 kilos. 100 kilos. Let's say 100 kilos. Each kilo, as soon as you begin harvesting, is usually about 400 shillings, no? So you can imagine, 400 shillings times 100, how much do you get out of a bag? 40,000. 40,000 times 16 is how much? My math is very poor. 40,000 times 16. 32, 640,000. Now let me give you another way of maths. You see this room here? It is not even quarter an acre. But in this room, if you grew lettuce on a small area, you can actually have lettuce with each lettuce head. Lettuce. Of course, we don't eat these things, but when it's about money, it's about, money. Lettuce, one lettuce head is 3,000 shillings. If it is so bad, it is 2,000 shillings. You can have over 1,000 lettuce heads in this room area. 1,000 times 2,000 is how much? 2 million shillings. And by the way, that is in only 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Meaning that you can actually make more money than a person who is growing maize over a long period of time. So we have been training with the Stanbic Business Incubator, training farmers on high-value commodities that are needed in the oil and gas camps. The kind of tomatoes that are needed. The kind of simple irrigation. Some of the people on my team had never been to Gulu. And I told them, you're very lucky you've come in May. If you had come in January, February, you would want to go back to your mother because this place can be very hot. Now, for a farmer, it's also a very terrible time. So we train on using basic irrigation standards and systems to be able to be productive. So these are the conversations we want to come back with to Gulu, to Nyoya, to show farmers what can practically be done. And I hope that we'll embrace this massively. Finally, I think I just want to reaffirm, someone said that the project is at the back end. No, the project is at the beginning. We are not anywhere in the middle. So do not think that we're at the back end. You know, when you start thinking we're at the back end, that is a scarcity mindset. You think things have gotten over. Things are still there. More opportunities in the more sector is still there. We just have to have the right information. And I think with UNOC, we're going to try and work with the chamber here. I remember we used to work with Mr. Mark Morrow at Stanbic. We are going to reactivate these conversations with the chamber here to see ways in which we can take some of you to see for yourselves. You know, when you see, Madam RDC, when you see, you really say, you know me, I thought people were eating, but they are not yet eating. And it's practical. There's a very interesting conversation which is told in Munyoro of the trucks which people see, and they are saying they are already taking oil away from the oil fields. But in the truth, or the truth of the matter is that those are trucks that are going in to provide oil to support their activities. So we want to create these trips, very organized, for you to just go for a day. And the beauty is that, you know, when you go through the northern area here, it's about 3 hours to the Tangi Gate. 3 hours. You go see for yourself, and then you can evaluate what you can also do for yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tony. I would also like, as I invite Jessica, I would like to recognize the presence of the DCDO of Gulu. Kindly wave to the people. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk briefly because we still have another presentation coming on the opportunities available. Yes, I have read a lot of questions. We need more girls in the world scholarships. Yes, that we are doing. We look at 50%, but if we don't get 50%, we make sure that 30% of the girls benefit from the welder training. But also for you to understand that to benefit from the oil and gas industry, you do not have to get a contract from Total, from UNOC, from CNOC. No. Where we are now, this is oil and gas money, right? Bomah Hotel is getting oil and gas money. All the food we are going to eat is going to come from oil and gas. And so the people who are supplying food to Bomah are also tapping into what? Oil and gas money. Yeah, and this is the way we need to think, that those tier 1 contracts really are big, and many of us will not be able to get them. But how can we now get tap into the money, like now for Bomah Hotel? Yeah, we are going to be about 350 people here. Food that is feeding 350 people on a daily is a lot of food. So how can I tap into oil and gas money? By supplying food to Bomah, chicken, water, anything. And then the other side we can look at, and now that is somebody say that we should look at how a common man can benefit. When we are going back to Kampala, we have come here, we are going to get fuel from fuel stations where? In Gulu. We are not going to drive cars empty back to Kampala. That is tapping into oil and gas money. You know that market close to the road going to Lira? Yes? It is going to Lira, yeah? There's a market there. Each and every car going to Kampala will stop at that market to buy fruits, to buy cassava, to buy mangoes, to buy lemons. That is tapping into oil and gas money. Now, yesterday, Simon, where is Simon? what is that restaurant where I found you yesterday where I went to eat food? It is called 24. How many of you know 24? Almost each and every person who came from Kampala has gone to 24 to what? To eat. That is oil and gas money. So we should not wait that, let me get. Yes. Yeah, that is a place everybody was told it has local food. Yeah. So let us not be thinking that oil and gas money is something that I have to get a contract from UNOC, from Total, from UNOC, but that is how you tap into oil and gas money. And as these presentations are being made, look at where that, okay, they are building a road. Can I supply sand? There, do I have a rock? Do I have a vehicle that is going to transport all these things? Or do I make chapati on the road? That I make it so nice that when people come to Gulu, they are told, no, if you want chapati, go to such and such a place. And these are the kind of opportunities. But the next presentation, all I ask is you look at yourselves and see that the opportunities that are being put, how does my business fit in? Money comes to the prepared, not to those who are waiting to say that bring the money to me. Yes, we came and brought money to Bomah, but because Bomah is registered on the National Supplier Database, you see? And there are other hotels that are not registered. So money comes to the prepared, but also look at where does my small business fit in so that people can, so I can be able to tap into oil and gas money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you. Talking about registration, we informed you that we are going to have continuous registration. Actually, for your information, we have registration ongoing up to the end of the day. But would request that those who want to register, you will see a gentleman from Petroleum Authority. Can you kindly wake up and raise your hand? Petroleum Authority, who is doing registration, a colleague from Petroleum Authority is here. So after this, after one, please see him and continue with the registration. For now, let's first focus on the presentations. At this time, let me allow our Chief Human Resource Officer to discuss and give us feedback on issues related to employment opportunities. She's going to be the last to share her feedback, and then we shall go into presentation from Paul, and then as we continue. Thank you. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you, MC. All protocol observed. My name is Catherine Tumusime, and I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer at UNOC. I'm very privileged to meet all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and I will respond to the questions related to employment. The first one was from persons with disability, which links to the question whether we also have a deaf person working at UNOC. I'll respond as such. First of all, as you can see, we've just started the initiative to involve everyone. And as a special consideration for the disability, we have engaged an organization called Light of the World. Have you heard about it? It's in Kampala. It's an umbrella organization of all disabled persons. So I hope that the organizations here in the region have a linkage to them. We have drafted a charter, and we are being intentional to see how we can involve people with disabilities. But for now, we don't have any, but we've started the journey of making sure they are involved. And following the conversations is the reason you see a sign interpreter here. We noted that most of our workshops, people who cannot either speak or hear were not participating. So our first initiative was to get a sign interpreter in all regional workshops that we hold, as one way to get them on board. Two is to finalize our charter that highlights the different ways we can involve the disabled, starting with internship opportunities. And also, we are working on our infrastructure. Right now, our office, if you're disabled, you can only stop on the entrance, the ground floor. So we have an extension of infrastructure where we've made provision for the lift to make sure that as soon as we bring you on board and you're in a wheelchair or you are on crutches, you are able to reach the rest of the offices. So as a company, we are committed to providing equal employment opportunities of all, irrespective of everyone's ability. Maybe I'll answer that related to the DEF. Surely, while the company may be committed to involve everyone, the involvement of a certain category might be limited by some of the infrastructure and equipment that you need. So we need to plan for it. But as I've mentioned, the journey has started and we are committed to it. There was a question about how an ordinary person benefits. I think we have highlighted some of the ways. And the ring-fenced opportunities provide that opportunity where you don't have to have a contract with Total directly, where you don't have to have a Total contract even with UNOC. So all these induced opportunities that come along with a project. With a project, people will eat. With a project, people will need to sleep. With a project, people will need a saloon. People will need clothes. So all those are induced opportunities that might not be directly to you and me as an ordinary person. Like we've been sleeping here, wherever we slept here, that is oil money. So someone will ask, how do I benefit? But we slept here, we ate here, we've been here for a week registering, and that's one way of benefiting from these projects. Not everyone will have a contract. Yeah. And then there was a question about employment, how we mentor the youth who have dropped out of school. We have an internship policy and also a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy as a company. As a company, we must have a structure with which we do these things. When it comes to internship, mentorship programs, and graduate trainee programs, and that speaks to some of the questions to the youth, we have been advertising those opportunities. Even right now, there is a job advert running. And when we are considering people, we consider the students to take on. We consider, first of all, the gender. We make sure we have a balance between the males and the females. We make sure that we have university or institution balance. So we don't take only people from Makerere or from Uganda Christian University. We make sure if there's someone from Gulu University, KIU, we have at least a student from that. We consider regional balance. Management has to look at that from the HR submission. We have people from the north, east, central, and south. So we make sure there is even faith balance. We make sure if we had 100 applicants and the company can only take on 10, definitely we have capacity limits. We can't take on everyone. So are we balanced in faith? Do we have some Anglicans, some Catholics, some Muslims, and all that? So what I want to say is that as a company, we are really committed to ensuring that we are as diverse as possible, and we are including and involving everyone in the company. But of course, we can't take on all Ugandans. There will always be a criteria that will keep off some people and take on some people. In terms of the local programs, the Chief Corporate Affairs has mentioned, we have a community content program as part of our community content, our national content strategy. And we have agricultural programs that have been done and are planned in the region. We have a community education program, which shall be rolling out. We also have support vocational institutions, where we are giving them key equipment, sewing machines, training them. Some need solar. So we did a survey in the region and established some of the requirements, and we are going to support some of them. Allow me to respond to other extra questions, but they are related. How can we apply for the job at UNOC, and what is the qualification? So as a company, we have a structure, given the mandate that we have, to operate across the petroleum value chain, the upstream, midstream, and downstream. And we have a structure of jobs together with qualifications required for those jobs. So what we do every year, looking at how the project is progressing, we come up with a recruitment plan. The plan is approved by the board. And then we advertise openly. We advertise the jobs openly. Right now there is a job on the website of 20 positions that are running. So the best thing for those who have acquired some skills or some education is to regularly check with our website. Our social media pages are full of those opportunities. And then you look out what you have, what the company requires, and then apply. That relates to one of the drivers. There's a question of one of the professional drivers. Some of the support functions like driving, when you need one position, of course when you advertise one position of drivers, you get like 2,000 applications. Our last graduate trainee program that we advertised, fresh graduates, we received 6,000 applications, and we needed 13 only, because that's the capacity we have. So what do? If you're in my situation, what do you do? So anyway, we do preliminary assessment of pass and fail. If we say bring a certified documents, we know people forge documents. We say first certify with the institution, you first pass that. Then do you have the relevant training? Yes, you pass that. Then out of the 6,000, now we shortlisted 1,490. But you need 13. So what are we going to do? We are now continuing with the process. But the beauty is that everyone has an equal chance. So never say that they've already taken the jobs. Every Ugandan has an equal chance of being employed by the Uganda National Oil Company. I beg you, in your mind, believe and trust that everyone has an equal chance. All you need to do is to comply to the application requirements. Look out for the opportunity and apply as per the system requires. So when we have like professional drivers and you need like one or two, some of these jobs we don't advertise support functions. So the professional driver here, Odongo Jimmy, you can just bring your application. What we do, we keep receiving any that comes in. So when it comes to recruitment, we just go to our database. That only applies to like a T person, office assistant, and a driver for support functions. So we go in our database, follow the same criteria. Regional balance, you must have the basic requirements and all that. So we take people through a recruitment process. So I encourage you to bring your application at UNOC or send it by email. Then we shall keep it in our database. One from Jennifer. Mine is that what are you doing to those who do not have result slips? Since some have not completed their studies due to lack of money. Yeah, we do appreciate that many people drop off along the way, not out of choice, but out of circumstances. And what we do, we have vocational training opportunities. Right now there is an advert for other trades like welding. This time we are focusing on welding alone. Right now it's on the website. We have 20 opportunities. If you have prior exposure into like welding, UNOC sponsors you to acquire the skill, which we've had requires 60% of the manpower for the sector. So you don't have to be specialized skills, but other crafts, driving, maintenance, masons, construction, and all that. So we keep running annually some of the scholarships for people to acquire some of these basic skills. But certainly, as an institution, we don't have that full mandate to take on everybody or to answer all the questions. However, we come in to make an initiative that can support some of the people that can come through. And I would encourage you to look out for those opportunities and also to join government. Government has vocational institutions. I know not one, but almost all of them. Those programs run for 3 months free of charge. And I think there might be one running right now for most of the government technical institutions. I would encourage you to, first of all, go there, acquire a skill, whether it's in water engineering, whether it is in piping, whether you're an electrician and instrumentation. So that helps you to have a starting point. So that when UNOC is giving you an international vocational qualification, you have that basic training to help you. So kindly look out for those opportunities. And then through our community content program, we do mentorship. Talk to the young people, the young women and men, to look out for these opportunities, not to sit back, but to see that they acquire a skill. Every skill, whether it's cutting hair, salon, and all that, whether it is tailoring, all that is beneficial and can give you an induced opportunity. Not everyone has to have a degree. Not everyone has to have a master's. Everyone at your level, there's an opportunity for you. Looking at the opportunities presented, okay, I think it answers the same. It looks like it is targeting only the professions. As young professionals passionate about natural resources, what opportunities are there? Such as internships, scholarships, I think I've mentioned to that. We do advertise. For regular internships, school going, you just bring the application. For graduate internships, those we advertise. So that we are able to have a wider catchment area and create the balance that we all desire. So kindly look out on our website and you'll be able to see those opportunities. But if you're a continuing student, just bring your application. If someone needs to work within the oil sector or exploration site, such as a casual labor, must he come from that region, or you can travel and seek employment in that where the project is? Yeah, of course, there is emphasis on the local content. And part of the presentations we made on the opportunities is that how do the very local ones benefit from this project? And one of the opportunities is casual labor. So when they are recruiting, for example, if you go to Bunyoro, chances are high that they might give a local casual laborer than someone coming from maybe Soroti or Gulu. But that doesn't stop you from attempting an opportunity. Sometimes they don't even have enough. Sometimes even the local people themselves are not interested. They are lax. They are not bothered. So when you see an opportunity where there is a project, present yourself there. And there are also local human resource manpower. As you saw, supply of human resources is a ring-fenced service. So the local firms, local HR firms, human resource firms, keep on collecting CVs and all that. Present your documents there, because these oil companies are required to contract the local human resource firms to supply the labor that they need. They don't recruit directly because it is a ring-fence service for the local companies. So don't be lax and say, okay, if I'm from Gulu, I can't go to Kasurban area or Masindi or wherever. Just move, because there's free movement of labor, and many times the opportunities will be available. Where do I submit my resume? In soft copy for job application? Yeah, we have an email where you can send it. It is recruitment@unoc.unoc. Maybe I will share it later. .co.ug. So we have a recruitment email. When you go onto our website, you can actually find it there. You just send, and then we keep it in our database. But even with the databases, because not everyone is aware of that, we expect you to respond to our advert as much as possible. Unless you are a support staff, like a driver or an office assistant, where we don't really advertise. Last but not least, what is there to be done to ensure that working conditions suit women in the oil and gas sector? I think there's been some good affirmative action, and I request my colleague Loida to respond to that. As a fresh graduate, how do I position myself to join the oil and gas sector? Kindly come for mentorship. You can even give a call if the distance is far. We are open to give you guidance or mentorship online, but also respond to our graduate internship programs. The oil and gas companies normally advertise. Total does, ECOP does, CNOC does, and UNOC as well. UNOC takes the highest number of graduate interns annually. So with those few, I thank you for your questions, and we look forward to more interaction. I can only end by encouraging you not to lose hope. We have an equal opportunity employment policy. We don't charge money, we don't discriminate, and we are compliant to the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So everyone has an equal chance to be employed. Kindly respond to our adverts and follow the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for the detailed feedback. Now, I would request, okay, Loida has something to clarify, but also I request Mark of Pau to be preparing, because you're going to be the next presenter.
Thank you, Robert. Mine is not a clarification, but a request from Catherine to respond to the question on what is being done to ensure the working conditions also suit the women in the oil and gas sector. For the start, the working conditions in the oil and gas sector favor all, both women and men and different other diversities. So in the office, we have conditions or environments that favor all of us. But I believe she was talking from the well sites, from the technical geoscience engineering point of view, where we find there are fewer women than the men. And one of the reasons that have been given is the working conditions do not suit men. Yes, I can testify from starting in the sector over 24 years ago as a woman, where the conditions were not suitable for the women. But again, here I am, those many years, and I'm still counting. What it requires is to avoid the misconception that women cannot do as much as men. It's a misconception. Women have equal and even better mental and physical capacity as men. So all we need to do as women is to stand up and say, we can do it, and people have done it. So again, what I can say is that unlike those many years, yes, the sector is still misrepresented or underrepresented by women, but not anymore, because the sector has become more mechanized, and it's less reliant on manual labor like the men used to be, that they are strong physically to handle all these things. But now we have the tools to be able to use to support us as women, not to be lifting heavy pipes and all that. So we should not think that women cannot do it. All we need to do is to be there by ourselves, to encourage ourselves so that we can do it. What we need to do is to look out for the fellow women mentors who can tell us what happens, other than just thinking that it is so hard for women to handle. So the sector is open for both men and women, and all we need to do is to go out and explore. But beyond that, if you look at the representation of UNOC today, we have actually more women than the men. So the sector is not about geology, the sector is not about engineering, the sector is about everyone. Every field of study and specialization can be taken on in the oil and gas sector. But for my fellow geologists, engineers and all, don't fear. I am here and I have not lost anything as a woman, and I am still counting. We can do it. We are strong physically and mentally to work in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loida, for the words of encouragement. Catherine told us to visit our website. Some people may not be aware of our website. Kindly note down that it's www.unoc.co.ug. Our website is www.unoc.co.ug. If you want to get detailed information in regard to UNOC's oil and gas activities. Then there was a question about HSE policies. I mean, safety policies that ensures that the unskilled employees are safe while on duty. We have, as UNOC, we have what we call health, safety, and environment policies, and that covers things like personal protective equipment policy. We have incident reporting policies. So those are good enough to ensure that the unskilled labor is in position to carry out the activities while really having a guarantee on their safety. Then somebody was so much concerned. There were several questions about the storage terminal. Somebody is wondering, why do we have the storage terminal in Kampala and Jinja? What about the northern Uganda? It is clear that the feasibility studies were conducted, but also the northern Uganda and other regions, not only northern Uganda, there are plans to have distribution center. Going forward, the government or UNOC with the government intends to have a distribution center, and the northern Uganda is one of the strategic locations that we hope in future things will be okay. But of course, developments are still underway. At this point, I don't want to waste more time. We have presentation from Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Other questions that have not been responded to, we are going to cover them in the last session of Q&A or question and answer session. So I will request our regulator, Petroleum Authority, to come and give us a presentation on sector linkage and how people in the northern Uganda can tap into the oil and gas opportunities. Mark, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Mark Amanya, and I'm a National Content Officer, Manpower Regulation with the Petroleum Authority, and I'm here to represent the authority. Initially, I came here to support the National Supplier Database registration and NOCTIA registration, but along the way, my scope has changed, and you'll bear with me for my presentation, but I will give it my best all the same. Remember that after this workshop, we're going to be around to help you register on the NSD, the National Supplier Database, and the NOGTR, which is the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to dive right in. The status of the oil and gas industry in Uganda, achievements so far, and linkages to the oil and gas sector. Thank you. This is going to be the presentation outline. Thankfully, most of the aspects were touched on by Moses. He was quite thorough and elaborate, so I'm just going to be skimming through most of the things, and maybe the Q&A session can probably throw more light on some other aspects that might not be clear. This was touched on by Moses, I must say, the supporting legal framework. So I'm just going to go over this. These are the key focus areas of POW's mandate. And what we do, we manage the resources. We manage the resources. This is reservoir management and optimum recovery. Then we also do cost monitoring as part of our mandate. We also manage the data that is gathered throughout the process that is going to be used for posterity. Also HSE aspects, we monitor these aspects as well. And what we are here for is the national content and the linkages that come with it. Then we also do the stakeholder engagement. and also the commercialization bit. For this, I'm sure UNOC is more involved in it. Thank you. These are the exploration projects that are ongoing over the Ngasa shallow play and Ngasa deep play contract areas. As you can see, DGR, Globe of Australia, of course, UNOC, that was granted an exploration license over the Kasurubani area. And yeah, we're looking forward to some good work there from UNOC. Now these are the key pillars of national content. And national content, in short, is the value added or created in the Ugandan economy through the employment of Ugandan workers and the use of goods produced or available in Uganda. So these pillars here are employment of Ugandans. This is one area where Ugandans should get some kind of benefit. Then there is knowledge transfer and technology. These companies that are coming in, some of them have been at this game for long. So they are also mandated to share some of the technology with our local players here through joint ventures and some other exercises. Then there is the use of locally produced goods and services. This is another very important pillar in national content. Then there is enterprise development, whereby we have partners like the Stanbics that help you maximize the opportunities that come in by showing you where the opportunities lie and how you're going to take advantage of them. Then we also have capacity building that entails training and all those aspects. Now, when it comes to employment as a pillar of national content, these are the Ugandans who have been employed in the oil and gas sector. That is 11,752, which represents 90%. The other 10 is for expatriates. Of course, we can't meet all the manpower needs in the oil and gas industry. It is still nascent, but nevertheless, we are still employing 90% of Ugandans. Now, this here represents the goods and services that are being generated from the industry, and this represents the share of goods and services that is directly injected into the local, that is benefiting the locals. The goods and services over time, okay, let me put it this way. This graph here shows the national supplier database, the registration that has been taking place over the years. And you know that as a regulator, we are mandated to register all suppliers into the oil and gas sector. If you intend to supply any kind of good and service in the industry, the authority is mandated to register all these players so that we can measure and also adhere to the exacting standards in the industry. So this graph here shows the registrations that have been taking place over the years, and we encourage all of you here in this region here to come and register after this exercise. And remember, registration can be done online. It's a 24-hour process as long as you have an internet connection. But we always come here to kind of help you and to give it more impetus. So what you can see here are the cumulative NSD registration over time. Another pillar of national content is enterprise development, whereby we help farms to develop their capacity through several interventions. We reach them through conferences, symposiums, and exercises like these ones here. So through this platform, you can network, you can get ideas from fellow players in the market who will help you to build your capacity. So it is important that you give your attention through this exercise so that you can possibly help improve your businesses. Now another facet of national content is skills development. And through the skills development, we are helping in the training of Ugandans in relation to the required estimates in the workforce skills development strategy and plan. Both public and private training institutions are involved, mainly funded by licensed oil companies and development partners. Public universities train Ugandans on a range of disciplines, although graduates still require international certifications. Some of them we're already awarding them here. They are domiciled here, thankfully. And we have established the UPIC to train artisans locally. We have also introduced the petroleum geosciences programs at both the bachelor's and the master's level at Makerere University, and developed a workforce skills development strategy and plan for the petroleum subsector that is being updated. Okay. In terms of technology transfer, these licensees are mandated to share some of their developed technologies. They've been at this thing for years. So these are some of the interventions that they employ to help our local businesses to build more capacity and to get these technologies that otherwise would have eluded us if we didn't have this. So you can see through joint ventures, they build the capacity of our local companies and enable them to get this technology that is going to help the industry. These are the opportunities that are available in the oil and gas sector in terms of contracts. Now we urge all of you, once you've been registered on the NSD, it is not enough to just lie back and say, well, I'm going to win a contract. You still have to hunt for these opportunities in the newspapers. And as you can see, all these are the opportunities that you can find in the newspapers. We shall be encouraging you to look through the papers and win some of these contracts so that you can share into the oil and gas benefits. So going from here, if you're registered, please look through for these opportunities. Now this is these are the linkages that exist in the oil and gas sector, and they can be highlighted in these areas: consumption linkages, fiscal linkages, backward linkages, forward linkages, spatial linkages, and lateral linkages. Now these are the resources that this area is endowed with. As you can see, we have wildlife resources, landscape, water-based, cultural resources, historical resources, and some attractions that are already here. So all these, they can be boosted and they can help the region to grow directly. Other areas where we can benefit in terms of linkages, the integrated planning, the human resource capacity, the enterprise linkages, tourism product offer, biodiversity conservation, and infrastructure development. I think I've just about come to the end of my presentation. I know it has been very brief, but most of the things were touched on by Moses. And I have a lot more here, but the mode of presentation wouldn't suit our platform right here. In short, let me talk about, say, the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector, in collaboration with Stanbic Uganda, initiated a study to establish linkages with agriculture sector, focusing on districts hosting oil and gas activities. And Noya happens to be one of them, and the surrounding areas. So agriculture is one area where these linkages are going to be most noticed. Then also there's the tourism sector. Of course, the national park is there, and this is going to, this is also one of the linkages that, that exist. Then, housing sector. This is also another area that is going to benefit from the production phase in the oil and gas industry. And this is because there's going to be an influx of people in the oil regions and the neighboring districts. And of course, we do partner other entities like Stanbic, and we signed an MOU for partnering to undertake studies on linkages in oil and gas sector. And this study sought to undertake a baseline assessment of the real estate sector and therefore define the investment opportunities arising therein from the oil and gas sectors. The section captures the progress made on the study in the reported period. Now, I have all this information here, but because of the presentation mode, I couldn't share it with you here because it was an impromptu presentation. Then also we have the transport sector. That is also another linkage that is important when it comes to the oil and gas sector. And in terms of what we have done in the past, we have held quarterly heavy goods vehicle drivers training update meetings with the objective of receiving updates on these trainings and seeing how we improve on the skills of people who operate all these vehicles. So we have several interventions through other partners like Safeway, Rightway, through Uganda Drivers Standards Agency. Okay. Another sector that is going to benefit through these linkages is the banking and financial services. And for this, following the concept note prepared by the authority, targeting banking and financial services sector, there is a focus on studying potential linkages between the oil and gas industry and financial services. The note emphasizes the necessity for a comprehensive assessment of the financial services sector's readiness to support the oil and gas sector. It outlines avenues through which local companies can engage and participate in this sector. So in this linkage, we have our partners, the Uganda Bankers Association, and they can all help us. So there's also training and capacity programs that have been undertaken. Of course, I've already highlighted the HGV training. I'm also talking about the community supply development programs. Also, we have also benefited the unskilled labor. The unskilled labor for the Tilenga project is recruited from the host communities in Nwoya and Bulisa districts. Total Energies and its subcontractors require recommendations from community leaders in areas of operations to confirm the residency of the applicants. Also skilled labor, the skilled workforce is required by the government, and the oil companies are recruited based on merit through competitive process. The opportunities are advertised in the public media and on the websites of the recruiting entity. In addition, the job opportunities are also posted on the website of the PAU. So in terms of training, there is also that linkage. Of course, UNOC plans to train 40 farmers in modern agricultural practices. I think this is ongoing. We've also had Industrial Enhancement Center under the auspices of the Total Energies. This has set up a permanent office in Kololo, and it will organize and hold trainings in all districts, including Nwoya, utilizing the existing facilities in the district. The last linkage will be health, and here we're looking at areas like diagnostic centers establishment, equipment provision, accident and emergency, training and capacity building, regulation and monitoring, and quality and enhancement of mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end there. I know my presentation has been kind of brief and impromptu, but please bear with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. And I would like to encourage all our participants that you can always have more details from the websites. If you want to get details from the website, just write the word. For instance, if you want to get information, detailed information about Petroleum Authority, just Google the word Petroleum Authority. The first line that comes, you click on it, that will take you to the website. The same applies to other companies. So please, let's embrace the culture of research, personal research, to to get details. Because in these workshops, we give overview. We try our best to ensure that we share what we can share. You can always get more details and actual information from the website, because that those websites usually have real-time information. Now, thank you so much, Mark, once again. I want to inform you that we are going to have Q&A session, the last Q&A session, which is going to be led by our friend, our colleague from Mega FM, Kaka Simon, will be with us to go through the Q&A session. But again, before we invite Kaka Mega to come and lead us in the Q&A session, I would like to invite one of our colleagues from Stanbic Business Incubator in 5 minutes to tell us about what Stanbic Business Incubator is doing and what plans they have as a partner to UNOC. Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Kamasaka. I'm a programs coordinator at the Stanbic Business Incubator. I would like to appreciate our partners, mostly UNOC, for organizing this event, the Supplier Development Workshop. I know they have been mentioning about what we are doing with UNOC. In a few minutes, I'll summarize what we have done and what we plan to do in the Acholi region. And hopefully by the end of the session, I'll know how to greet in your language. Yeah. So we've run a home backyard gardening program in the Albertine region, which has impacted over 1,000 farmers. And like Tony had earlier mentioned, we train in high-value crops that are needed in the oil and gas sector. So we realized we have so many farmers. How many of you are farmers in the room? Yeah, I see so many of you. You face challenges of producing poor quality crops. You also face challenges of accessing financing. So with this program, you're able to improve the quality of crops that you produce, but also the impact that we've seen with this program is the formation of associations or circles, and through these groups, you're able to access financing. So we've run this in the Albertine region, but we are working with UNOC to bring the same program here in the Acholi region. The other program that we run at the Stanbic Business Incubator is called the Supplier Development Program. The Supplier Development Program is to give you the skills, the training that they have been talking about. Most of you are looking at contracts, but do you know how to, even what it takes to get a contract? Do you know how to bid? And when you get those contracts, do you know how to manage them? So these are the trainings that we are also running, of course, alongside with our partners, UNOC and Petroleum Authority, CNOC, and others. So as UNOC talks about the opportunities that we are bringing in Acholi region, this is the other program that we shall be doing with them. Then, like they mentioned, we've run a program along the 10 ECOP districts with Petroleum Authority, which with African Development Bank as well, and other consortium partners. We are planning to run that same program, of course, with our partners' support. We are planning to run the same program here in Acholi region to ensure we empower the business people, the farmers, everyone that is interested in taking up opportunities. We give you the skills to ensure you're able to tap into these opportunities. Beyond saying, where are they, where is the money, how do we, the local people, get into there? They said the oil money, just even these partners coming to stay here in Gulu, they have mentioned that's oil money. If it wasn't for oil, they wouldn't be here. So we should not only look at contracts and direct contracts, but also we look at joint ventures. How do you work with someone maybe that already has the capacity? So we give you the skills or what it takes to work with someone in order to also be able to get into the sector. So in brief, that's what we do at the Stanbic Business Incubator. Even currently, we are running the program on the Supplier Development Program, and we have people that were excited to hear this is happening in Acholi region, and they are participating online on YouTube. Thanks to UNOC for also giving access online. Yeah, with those few remarks, thank you. I'll be in the room after the session for those that would like to know more about the programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Another round of applause to Linda. Thank you, Linda, for the wonderful brief. I've been informed that we are a bit tired and the brain is being over pumped. And somebody requested us to play a song called Yoleng. I think, is that okay with us? So I am requesting the studio, yes? Yoleng, at least for 2 minutes. As we relax our mind, but as we need to be preparing for Q&A session. Now, as the studio prepares, I want to recognize the presence of RDC from Pader. RDC, thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and thank you for being part of this program. We also have an announcement here. Somebody has lost the keys. Please, if you're there, look for Lillian Nyakuni and get your keys from her. She's outside. Are we ready with the Yoleng? You can shake your head where you're seated. Enjoy it silently. If you want to stand up and do that dance, please, you're at liberty. We only have 2 minutes for the break as Simon Kaka prepares for Q&A session. But please don't go far away. Make sure, can we have more volume, please? enhance our working relationship. So plans are underway to go into an MOU that will help to ensure that people of Acholi sub-region are into all our plans and developments as we progress. So at this time, I hope everyone is in. Those who are still out, we are going into the final session. But remember, we have the RDC of Gulu district. We also have our Prime Minister, Kerkwaro Acholi. So after the Q&A session, we shall have remarks from the RDC, and then we shall also have remarks from the Prime Minister, Kerkwaro, and then our Chief Human Resource Officer, who has represented the Chief Executive Officer, will close the meeting. So we want to close by exactly 1, depending on how we respond and we manage our concerns as soon as possible. I want us to do it the way we did it in the other previous session. Even those who don't have confidence in speaking English, I know you can know how to speak the language, but you lack the confidence. Please do not hesitate to speak in Luo. We shall be able to capture it. And we have our colleague, Simon Kaka, is with us to help, to avoid us, to help us to avoid making mistakes in the language. But also, let's continue writing for those who might not have the chance to make their submission. Mr. Simon, it is time for the Q&A session. Simon, maybe let me introduce to you Simon. Simon works with the Mega FM, and he's familiar with oil and gas industry. He has been with us on several occasions. He has hosted several shows, so that is why we felt it would be good for us to work with him. And he can also respond to certain things that he's familiar with. Thank you so much, Simon. Over to you, please take lead. We only have 30 minutes to have questions and answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. I am going to stand on the protocols that have been established earlier on. And just like Robert said it, my name is Simon Karaum. This is an opportunity for us to ask all the hard questions. I still repeat, it's an opportunity to ask all the hard questions. And this is, I think, one of the few opportunities that we have had as a region to have Uganda National Oil Company. I'm grateful that we have already had some bit of stretching. Maybe I can have that microphone. I want to encourage all of us to ask questions. If you feel some of the words are a bit botanical and so technical, you can ask in the local language. I have my 2 colleagues behind there, Felix and Silva. They work for Radio Rupin. In case I have challenge in translating in English, they will help me. I don't know how they will call Barrow, but we'll figure it out. So try to make your questions as concise and precise as possible. Be me opportunities both down wing maroma roma ba. Wakachaki bot la dieti. Iromo lokela ba chule apa ike pa kamo hiken.
Thank you, colleagues from UNOC and the Petroleum Authority. I'm called Onen Martin. I'm glad to have worked with the tallow oil for at least 3 years in Chisinja camp. I wanted this question to go to the human resource. During our time in tallow oil, when somebody comes as a porter and he has like O level or A level, tallow oil used to have a policy of training that person to get a skill upper. So you find that if you go down the route there and you find an Bugungo there, the one who is heading the material yard, he was a porter earlier. So I don't know whether you have a policy of also training people from down to go up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Martin. Mano Obedo straight. Ami bodla did veteran journalist wa any.
Apoyo Simon. Encore atier por Uganda Investment Authority. Make prekani. Umi alego oil gas. You know. Kitan big. Can you next meeting? Can Investment Authority with here? Can I pop at here? Can you ask what? Give me no no. Give me Marabini Marapa. Pay children or taxes. And like Ugandan anti bank, Uganda, anti bank, Yeah, me learn business. Well, I don't know. I think get on. For the come back, there, should buy in the door.
Okay, thank you. I think this one, I would forward it to Stanbic Bank. Linda, you'll take note of that. As an indirect beneficiary of the oil and gas money. Because if you are a local farmer down there, you rear chicken and you supply it to Bomah Hotel, you don't have the ability, you need to have access to finances, but you don't have some of the requirements that are needed. What do you do so that you also benefit from the oil and gas money? Kapa translating my best, silver, bitcoin, what choice.
Yes, my name is Mr. Ochola Ogeya. I have only one question for UNOC. How everybody know what's a desert and how long it will take. And you know what is in Libya, what is in Sudan. This thing will be extended. The northern region will be totally a desert. What do you have for actually sub-region? That is one question. Number two, when you travel to Bulisa, we have seen what is made there, and you turn up in nowhere. There is a very big difference. Why? When you have two children, share equally whatever you are doing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Ochola. Maybe to UNOC, this question has always been surfacing, that when you go to the other side of Bunyoro, the development is much more than this side. Does it mean there's much more oil the other side than this side? Why is it like that?
Thank you. My name is Goret Yokech, and I'm the DCD of Gulu. I just wanted to appreciate the human resource person for clarifying on the equal opportunities that are going to be considered in terms of employment. But I just want to re-echo many instances from the past, and I want my fears to be appreciated. I hope this kind of statement is not just being made as a ceremonial statement to calm down the waters. We have, from this side of the region, and recently I had a team from USAID, and they were trying to do some fact-finding, considering the kind of imbalances that they have in terms of regional balances when we come to opportunities for employment. I just pray that this is a serious statement that is going to be treated with the urgency it requires, considering that so many people from this side of the region have been left out during so many instances. And I would really, really request that an affirmative action be looked into in terms of making sure that the youth and the persons from the northern part are catered for, because it is obvious there is no need to even emphasize further. So let's treat it with the urgency it deserves. Thank you.
Okay. Nemtala diga concentrating a nyim kekan wakada mi karbola diete en chungpe jomagiti kingolo.
Apoyu adit kaka kerberiti ana ma chet pu mer wata kirma wunyi mer ki radio. Iken luti pa jome UNOC. Mana yang gini. Pengodong nying mu ma chaki o long peo weng kolo kun ke wai gini ki ka jo Uganda kolo. Nying mu o ane UNOC do ke kwan no apodwa ka kwan nok bodwa wa be kara melwen gira ngo ma jo me UNOC yo be timo so that wa back speed magenti yeni.
Okay.
Kilo Uganda kolo pien dulien no dul mano parliament yo cha o nyogi kero. So no mi no ge catering pe Uganda kolo. Pedong pedong KK ko ai ko ngo ke ken gina no pe bedo afoyo unjo me gin ko nen go lo ko unu dir me UNOC.
Okay. Yende miete kaka umpo bet kenyo there. Okay, his concern is if UNOC gives equal opportunities, why is it that we have very few names starting with O's? You know, O's is our trade name. Okelo, Ojara, Ochiera, Onyaj, those names. It should be balanced. But of course, A's should also be there, not so. Abe, Achan, Angadok, Anek. yeah, should also be there. But of course, we know there is Otoa already there. We have Unen there. We have even Ochaki is here, by the way, Mr. Ochaki Brian. Uye na wega balance ya nung mega chel ke kain. Chia duga ngej. Kuman ba? Abi gamu la pen maromo boro. Chia mako break. But kenen food miriti pi pen mogo mapege penyo. Chia wabe mete kere. Legana tiene win la pen pala wore mabere da wek penuo.
Yes, thank you, Kakaum, for giving me the chance. As I earlier introduced myself, I'm representing the Office of the Mayor. We have learned that to benefit from royalties as district or city or local government in the project area, we need to raise local revenue as much as we can. I'm asking, is it possible to engage UNOC to support us build capacity to raise local revenue? Because as you wait for us to raise and we are struggling, we may not realize this benefit, but you need to support us. Thank you.
Okay, Meno, we'll be straight to the point. Thank
you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Bosco Laweno. I am only trying to ask what I've heard from the previous speakers. That if we want, like my sister just said, I'm just adding another question on top of that question. In Bolisa, what criteria did you people use to make sure that those people are more benefiting than the way we are left here behind in the northern part of Uganda, and yet we share the same wealth? Can someone explain to us, the people of Acholi, in that dilemma? Now, the second question goes to Mr. Stanbic Bang. We have heard you very well, and it's also, again, to my father there talking. You guys, I don't know. We may get the contract. We come to the bank, said, now, here is the papers, I want the contract to do A, B, C, D. You start taking us to the risk desk. What if the truck overturned with your things? So I did, in other words, are we really talking, or you are just trying to say, in quotes, partnership, with no any, I mean, we are not certain with your people. That's it.
Okay, thank you very
Maybe
much.
you have to clarify more on those specific risk-taking in business with, associating with other, stakeholders like the UNOCs and others, so that we know where we belong when we get the contract. Not just mere saying in the workshop and then it ends here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very, very important to Stanbic Bank. If you could help us learn how to manage risks. I also tried farming, by the way. I had a mini garden of beans. I'll tell you, after 3 months, when I went to the garden, I thought I had Lutiana Tuda poro, because the whole garden was looking yellow. So, farming is not for everybody. And the risks are actually much more than what we may think.
For William, and I get straight to the point. My child, and then a weakness material organization in the Wenge Karabe, Marochal, Timongo, where Erogina child, Bachele one or one young. Pen look on a wing, and Bachele Aquan Managua. Erogin young pere, or no tamoni, Jonagi Binogi more, Nidal, Wakiki Gina any. Bueno, Okelkuma and Wundong Jumotulate. Young Okelkuma. Book or Mirkuma. Not Guinea the period, you are docking again and go. Loaded more no kind. And then give me period.
Okay.
One no Mary Yamo, Waka Locom. One no Mary Yamakan, and at the town, Binogi give more. Manure, the any, Unokel, the any, Unokel, the Eno, you will put us at Quanya. The Enidong, Narmodo Quanya. El Enidong, Piwun Moti Gulukan. I never give up period. Mario. At least no man will more bet here. Give more duck when you're running or better you knock. No, you knock on me. Pamlet, mama knock. Or duck at one you, a queen come out than ye. Kerchel and a food, don't you kind? I like Latin welding around than you kind. And a man don't get very general. Eh? New computing. And a Kachamon communicate very fair opportunity. Tia never fair and a pair. Never fair na paper. So, or you are succeed. Diri mako do kan uduki manual. We want name like area mere of the year.
Okay. I hope UNOC is taking note of this. William said he would actually advise that next time when we have this kind of engagement, at least we have somebody who will summarize the discussion in the local language so that we encourage and promote inclusiveness. And then number two, he would also suggest, if possible, we have some reading materials that are given to people to go back with, and you're able to see where you can fall, other than just saying we want welders, we want suppliers in A, B, C, D, and yet at the end of the day, you are not sure where you even fall. So he would really need that, and that explanation should, if possible, come out clearly. The backbenchers, like I said, I have, I'll pick 3 more from here. They respond, then I will continue.
Ana foe, ene bot wakany wan lo pajo. Tatwale la wiwa chala Prime Minister pange katie, Lutela RDC ki district. Ene beri chale wich, ka wele biano, pa wa yubo pajo, ma yupe wek no wanen kiro waramo keme ki gana tiga biano. Ene wek nano no jimene dong beri chalo miel money. Cha lega ni nian mala chien ka yubo motiga biano kuman, upoi wiwa, po beti radio ki kan. Yen bachal Prime Minister luong ka choke, wek jima kuman tiga biano, wanen ni kiro chara ka I
think this one is also important. I have to forward it as well to UNOC. Next time when you are coming, you involve the local leadership, because it looks like the information came on a very short notice. And you know, this is farming season, and as the Prime Minister said, this region is agro-based. So most people could have been having programs to go to their gardens, and they miss out. So in the next subsequent arrangements, let the local leadership know they mobilize and mobilize and mobilized.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rajkara Daniel. I am a student of Gulu University. I also double as a student leader, Minister for National and Foreign Affairs of the Guild government. Yeah. You can clap for me. It's not easy. One of the studies that final year students of law undertake in their final year is oil and gas. But oil and gas seems to cut across all spheres of learning. My request to UNOC is that can you have possibly a similar engagement of this nature with the stakeholders of Gulu University as a whole? Thank you.
Okay. Ladit Honorable Minister, thank you very much. The back bencher, kwa chak dong ke kain.
Bear foil, Anya Vincent Nyero. Amiro wacho gimo manok. Kar mo karangech team applying medonyo ka teach. But UNOC. Ento okay, amiro lok leva chuli pay tam ni adigi ka ti lok leva chuli mo no betie. Amiro lok leva chuli. So a team applying me teach both UNOC. Chair Noya. Ki wachene anpa aki Noya. Atemu timu balmo en meno be ID ki Noya kono eno paulare. Chi legana tieni ko gony ye manok. Pian ka ana aki amoro ka chair ka yenyo tich Noya chi ki wayani mi ka nung abet down me Noya chi no pe winye mabe. Ko gony ye manok. Afoya.
Okay, my friend here doesn't come from Noya district. He comes from Amuro district. There was an opportunity in Noya district, but when he went, he was told that the opportunity is only for the people of Noya district. Now, where does that put the other people from the different districts of Acholi sub-region? I don't know. Oberu Jome? Talo. UNOC? Okay.
I'm called Mr. Peo Charles, an educationist. I've come just to thank you so much, the UNOC, to come. I have some issue, maybe as far as your coming is concerned. It will be a kind of way forward, submission, and then way forward. I school drop out right from lower institution to higher institution. You remember being in an area where it's been suffered through war. Therefore, since the UNOC, to make sure that we benefit from UNOC, in other words, we like if you could support education program to support our students so that they complete their education, it will be more appreciated. And then an employment opportunity. Of course, it is important if you create a job opportunity equally, rather than consider one area. And then to youth empowerment, of course, our youth are misbehaving due to being in redundance. Or you can organize what we call psychotraumatology training, whereby a kind of mentor to them. And of course, we look at youth are redundant, and then all other sources of funds which are being given a string attached to, where they could not even have time to register themselves. And addition to that, even for paying amount for membership fees, they could not afford that one. And based on poverty line, we are being stricken, and there's high cost of living. How can our people benefit? Of course, you talk of cultural institution. We also request that you go to the baseline, out to the local populace, through monitoring and evaluation. You may send money, but it may not reach the local populace. Therefore, it is important that you carry out your survey and you come up with a comprehensive report where the beneficiaries should be the local, not those one who are in the above. Because for you, I see you look oil and gas in the bodily. Thank you.
Okay. Psychogimoni. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you will allow me give opportunities for responses to be given. I believe, Robert, you will agree with me that there are issues that still needs to be addressed, and this all gets back to the point that the chief corporate officer was talking about earlier on, that you will organize and always be having different media engagements. But I think that must not only end on media. Maybe if there is opportunity, we go as far as to the local person, because the assumption that we have of people, everybody in different places having radio sets, I think may not be necessarily 100% true. Just much as you said, Robert, that we should end this in the next 20 minutes, I would kindly request that since this is an open engagement and it's our first time, after these issues raised have been responded on, if possible, allow me get back again for a second round, which I will only pick 5 key questions, and then they are responded on. Are we okay with that? Konke gambe ni kake mete? Ngyoka duguduong. Okay. Kegamo weng magichelo? Chipo biduguduongo. Okay. Now let me add more 3, and then they respond.
Okay. Nenen panyo tabi loro kileba chuli. Anya kiloni Joyce Loyo. Atie dan matika kwa kingolo. Atie la lob ko won kom maloyo dul wilongola mi Gulu City. Kalo kuman. Chunya po bere yom ikom UNOC. Pikit mangej ku okere. Ngyo wek la ngolo yupe me ki kama en bere mi o kama en mete ye atura. Tek ma pe yorba. Mero point ma achien ma an chunya chue kom UNOC. Ma ario I program pa UNOC. Pingo ye uyor ki joma gite ebo. Me better go opportunity meeting recruitment gi go ker joma walking all that me what keyboard a light for the world. Are we not equaled? Now, kawabiti ke light for the world. Eto jomo kene no giti chara nyim chan wo very long procedure. What kind of a difference do we have? Now, kumbeti chane ka achi wunu pen wi o kekeno wan jomo tika walking all. Watiki kanki ngat matika lupuko mea me Gulu sito low down matika walking all. Uno en ngolo neno gyo en better kind. Pingo weko one always program ma bino I government weko passion with disability gido angech miro gam pingo na for.
Now, akodong chiyo foro kada mete kede. No ba wate tamo le mo maro mo gonye ne kede. Okay, this goes straight to UNOC. You have always emphasized fairness in giving opportunities to people. First of all, she is not impressed and not happy because of the way informations reach out to the people in this region. And secondly, for persons with disabilities, people have different kind of disabilities and others needs a lot of time so you can prepare and come to a place like this. Number two, is it possible for somebody to explain the reason as to why you chose to work with Light for the World? What kind of agreement do you have with Light for the World that seems to be in existence but not known to other members of persons with disability? She needs clarification on that. I tried to summarize, others I ran short of English.
I think I'm going to be Katogo. For those who have eaten Katogo, they will understand. I had like 2.5 questions to ask, but one is not a question, it's just a comment. The first one was about the 25% employment of local people. I remember Madame answered part of it, and she was saying that for them, they don't look for people, and it is people to look for them. And like, for example, I come from Noya, and there is also oil project in Noya. Then you want me to go to Bulisa, to go and look for employment from there. I'm a local person. To me, I take that the moment you cross from a district to district, you become an expatriate. Automatically. From there, I'm not a local man. I'm a different person now. But from nowhere, I'm a local man. Let's make that statement very clear. And like when we are employing, and we are saying we are going to employ a local person, let's get a local person from a local area. That is that. To the second one, it is like this. Sometimes people don't want to hear politics. There was a lot of politics around, and it is not so good in like our culture, the Luo. I think my prime minister is there to talk about what you have given somebody. That I've given you tea, that is part of what? Let's wrap that one completely. Next time when you are coming, please don't tell us that. Our excellent Mr. President Yoweri Museveni can come and buy anything from this local market of ours, and he will never say, you people have gotten something from the State House. That is wrong. What people want to listen to is that UNOC has given Coatem to Gulu main hospital to support you people. Those are the things we want to hear. We don't want to hear that we are buying you lunch. That is part of UNOC. I'm sorry. Next time, stop that.
Now, that one has been straight to the point. I'll not add anything. Maybe if I'm given an opportunity to expound a bit, I would want to know whether UNOC also invests in corporate social responsibility or corporate social investment.
I think it's better to get that one because I've seen people capturing this. I'm called Ronald, retired Ronald Dogolit. I had somebody calling himself Tony Otoa. I don't know whether he's a son to my commander who used to be in Jinja. I will talk to him later. Thank you.
Now, members, I am getting myself in between the rock and the hard surface already. There are about 4 questions that have been written and given to me, but again, there are still hands that are up. Let me re-emphasize this. If the issues you want to raise has already been raised in one way or the other, please, allow the people responsible to respond on the other person, which will in turn also answer you. And then if it's just comments, you can put it in writing. Let me just pick questions only so we can save time. We are a few minutes away to 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Simon Kaka. My name is Okot Simon Peter from Magago District. I want to ask 2 questions. One, to Stan Big Bang, to Linda. To talk about the supplier development program. How can they identify the supplier to benefit this program? Especially, is it the same, the one from the city here did the same from the village there? So if this is the same, how can they be identified? 2, to UNOC. You know, from the community there are many youths who are yearning for this opportunity, and they are much interested in it. Now, most of them, they don't have access to internet. And when you come to UNOC here, they told you that you have to register online. How can that youth in the village will have access to be registered and benefit the programs and opportunity the UNOC have? Though those one from the host, they might not be interested with the opportunity, so that the one from the village will be interested and they perform the same task perfectly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My question, if you are to hear it, you may say it is similar to those ones. I'm physically able, but inside I'm disabled. My question to UNOC. Now we have our children with the hearing impairments, much as we call it disability, but theirs is a little bit unique because even the government, the curriculum is the same, but these children, they don't hear, they don't talk, but teachers are using the same curriculum. Now others, they have sat for A level, and then others, they have managed to sit for their O level. Now what benefit are you going to give them, or what offer are you going to help them, these children with hearing impairments, so that they join you? Because for them, with the internet, even some, they cannot. But they have that papers which can help them. What now can you do to help them so that they also be equal to others? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think as we ask questions, I want to draw us back on the statement made by Tony Otoa at some point where he said, we have just, okay, I don't work for UNOC, but he said they have just started. We all know that it is the most important thing towards the right direction is to make that step. So maybe as we ask questions, let's also assume that this is the point where we are making the first step. I think that is very important and will guide us on the questions that we are asking.
Okay. After you knock, yeah, adult K. John. And then we take a chappy kilo of my Paul. Give my you knock me your team tier. Watiki jomo akilum. Gipeka teach. Pur japa UNOC no ramo konyege. Watiki monta. Ma kinero chogi wakilum. Giti something where Gulu City can. The did yatam engage anyway. Umir UNOC okonge. Watiki group mama kiluoni ago. Ma unge group eoni. Umir UNOC okonge kike avinye ke kalkwati kenyo. Kone be abi lor bare. Chepo chape wa pegi capacity mo kemi no teach bojoni. Pe wa pegi pepa. Wan po kwano. Ke chao nano mod. Kiri cho warga manining. Teach kun dong nong eko. Teach mati kone. Teach pa loten pa MP. Teach pa loten pa commission. Teach pa minister. Ambassador. Penki aneo ulti na neba parki mamwane. Che amero wajibodi Radio Mega. Po berkiluoro. Anti-Defense Secretary. Wakari kweji mapol. Watiko tina nyera. Kinero mieneo. Kinero woneo ilwe nyakon. Ma wunu mienu. Te soksi wumali mi konyi lutia na wa eoni. Watiki ngole mapapat. Mukeni ngole ilgi. Dogi. Ngolo chingi wenti anda ngolo mun pour japa UNOC miro katika pusingid eoni ka wati twal logni o bori bang mun me wati go chat wakodo chiwa login eni adu chen bori l'hôtel Madan awini RDCT Kenyo LC5 gi kono kansela kono ruodi wo beru ping mi fonyo actually ne pour dire ma bien il y a tué on pas tué qui était mon gars pegi bega were ka en wati ki gankal ka gankal wa ko luo tué mo ba o ti bel pin kuja lo ti na go ko ngo pe e no na go ti ne rodano a go ti ono dano me wati ka deno chan UNOC ka gara mo pusi so si malo gi kari ko jo eni kon ka ba wan chan ne kon ka on ti afo.
All right. Atiki seconds piarangwen abi pogo 2020. 20 seconds kan 20 seconds anyim kuja.
Thank you. My first concern, okay, Odiambo is my name, Odiambo Samuel Kitara. My first concern to UNOC, I think as actually here, we have got the Pongduongo agenda. As UNOC, the best you would have done to have first called our leadership and find out what do we have in the Pongduongo agenda that UNOC can come in. So that should be part of the concern, because from the Pongduongo agenda we have a lot of activities that can benefit the Acholi. Otherwise, our being here is just a show off that you people are there and benefiting. My next area of concern is you talk about welding. Always again, you need someone who have already participated in that. Why can't you, if you want the actually as a region also to benefit, have a slot? Instead of saying we want you to go there, should have a slot. Let's say that Gulu, we want 5 to go for that training. Kitgum, nowhere like that, so that we know we will at least benefit. Otherwise, you are just telling us you have your son and nephew are going to benefit out of it. You talk of talent registration. You talk of talent registration. That one is just a show off as well. Because talent is not certificated. People are gifted. Now you want people to have a paper for talent. Say a person like Kaka Home. One can be a presenter minus doing mass communication or journalism. By talent, he can pursue that, he can do that. Now, if Kaka Home is to go and work with UNOC, and he does not have the paper, will he benefit, since you are saying talent also have got to be accompanied by the paper? Let me stop there. I have a number of questions.
I wanted to stop you, but because you use me as a very good example, I allowed you to finish, because you never know. This gentleman's hand has been up from the time I was passing here. I think it's 30 seconds.
Not 30 seconds, because, okay, Dennis is my name. I heard you people saying welding, all those. Me, I'm a vet doctor. I don't know whether there is opportunity there for me also. Thank you.
Now, before I officially close the session, before maybe I stepped out of here, there was an issue raised from behind. We were laughing. It sounded funny, but it is not funny. Northern Uganda presents a unique challenge because of where we are coming from. Many people do not want to hear this, but I've always used it as an example and one of the many reasons as to why we are the way we are. We had conflicts for so many years. A number of children were born in captivity. When they came back for rehabilitation, some of them lost both, they don't know their fathers. Some of them had mothers, of which their mothers even were killed. They came back, now they are on streets. They have become problematic in a way. Since UNOC is a government agency, is there a way they could think about having these children also benefit? And that, in a way, also coincides with the other person's question, Mr. Odiambo, who gave an example of a talent that is not certified. How is that person able to favorably compete? And then also the other issue was raised to our Right Honorable Prime Minister, and he got it. I believe he will have a say as a cultural institutions. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a half-day session, and I am so much sure that all the burning issues have been raised. I'm calling again one more time for one last person. If you feel there's something so burning that you want to say in 10 seconds, and if it is not there, I close. One last one. Okay. Gulu dio Pilato, que tengo dio Pilato. Teo dio Pilato. Okay, Duano dio Pilato.
Thank you very much. I'm called Tim Richard. Allow me to speak in my local language. I come from Noya. Ana ake Noya. Atiki loka Rio. Machel ana lubu. Kauka choke machel moberi 2018. We are now a primary school, mobero patotal. The same lok maki loki kuja any lok ma food UNOC ti watch na ichawan. But gina mero lok yetu twal any loka revenue sharing. Kitin nano nuaya kiken kira beta ake nuaya but pa mer ni obed ni nuaya kiken because ka duguni revenue sharing loka nuaya kibe nano nuaya kita tiri kwere but wabi loko pi actually sub-region. The whole districts may actually sub-region, Mira region machal actually go benefiting in revenue sharing mano akibot jome UNOC konyo total. Pangeyo percentage adi makibi kipian enidungwanong ponge ba pian pa wabi donye total. Pian kita niang kwere paruri machalo ruot ke kal kwaro kubi no percent achiel, but machalo actually sub-region. Amero for lokomera mo wajo loka pongduo. Watiki supply ana winyo mabe ma waberu ki wianaka. We're supplying total in ngara chil pe twero. Kakiti meto labolo, kiti meto rech, kiti meto riu. wabi nego rinyom ki chingwa wen butumo and pay tiki care me supplying Jimmy enini. She amiro leko UNOC. Ikin me supply. Gutete wa mabe pian registration eno erwa chuan. Dana di madong gitika supplying. Maki beri ka choke iwianaka kumberichan wati bomani. Dana di madong gitika supplying total unyo gitika supplying UNOC. Anafoy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tim. In a nutshell, there was an engagement with one of the players in the oil and gas sector, Total, way back in 2018. And looks like the communications that were made from there are more or less the same coming today. But again, he wants more clarification on two areas, on the National Supplier Database and the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, which we are calling NOC, TIARA. Somebody should help and break it down so that they get to know how an individual, a company, association could get to that. Robert, there are questions here. You will help and summarize now.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's add him a round of applause. He has done a very, very good job. I would like to request, I have a friend here. I saw a friend from, a friend called Ogwal. Ogwal is one of the contractors in the oil and gas for so many years. Ogwal, I would like you to, in just 2 minutes, to tell us, maybe share with us how you managed to obtain a contract with one of the oil and gas company. Perhaps it can give an insight to our brothers and sisters on how they might be able to benefit from this. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you. I wasn't prepared for this in any way. I didn't even know you'd want me to. Thank you. Joe Magangwa, I watch you command. Teach it here and to pay yacht. Teach it here and to pay yacht. And pay yacht because they have a standard. Tony talked about it earlier. Tony, I don't know why any standard monitor here. One chair bidding in districts, ki terms and conditions go. Now we must meet those terms and conditions with our non-teaching. But they are requirements. But every time I've been in a meeting, money, I see and I feel a lot of pain. Because I know one people I will know. Because one know we have given up and we think it is not. It is possible. It is possible. But it is not going to come for people who are lazy. I wait to Lord. Ngada mone why ring pe supplying ni ring pe chwale. Nga ko mati supplying ki wilo kikwe. Ki wilo en ring ma borini chikite kunu. And yini we ngata mone yeti ti chene kwene. What I want to say is that they have a standard. That's like any business. And so you must struggle to meet those standards. And those standards are not so difficult. But it requires that, and it doesn't mean that you must do everything. They require certain procedures that you must have as a company. First of all, they require one thing that they said, you must be registered with the National Supplier Database, which is a requirement. It is free of charge. It is online. I was on what you Kitimu nono, peki chulu chento mo ye, peki penyi ni team gimo, keto kibi penyi ni, ichulu NSSF, itike the trading license, wano pong kani yeni, jo adi ati trading license, me business. Jo ati penyi ati wajine dano pekere. Tijami mamita ni miri ti business, antike jamu kene magamelo tiketi komge chani, miru URSB bet kere returns, maika arecha onugipe, and the chani kiti wajine go. So, kape meeting requirement enoni, pay to a team, pay to a team of business. Which Karame district, me per day local government. Karame me local government. Karama more local government at any. Pay meeting requirement. You can pick it in. One take a job, Mati engage, Matuacho, what procedures ni. One take a job, Mati engage, and beggar at disappointed and knock kere wound, chalo kere Johnny, chalo wound. Because 10 point mago point, pay team per more. It in so, but Germany team and wajal abere pakwach dano me pakwach kake wachigini o miribet kitin number one pay what your business la botin kadonki wachigini okay wakelo dano mo don you are it can could be mutin chidonki waitin do be mutin chidonki pay chidong chinem na wano ki kwemeti business enoni. Now they are telling us that there is somebody who has come to register us today. All of us are going to run to lunch, pay what registration. Tomorrow we will come back and ask the same questions. Kape wagire wailo halo kumeno na ka na pe wanogi mo. Ngato mo bibikelo gino mo meno. That policy says national content, says local content, says local content. Kaki ti mitu riu, kaki penyo dana manuwa ya chiki wa ini hiti ki riu, chi wachi ara peker, chi binu Gulu. Kaki no ngata Gulu peki, peti chiko makwera ni bukana mo poti mga. So kaya ni pekere, terni dong peki cham dek. Miru ki cham do, si dong ki nobon ngata mengo. So ati miru wa yoni gini gireti ti you take, bechere di romo. Because kaki wa, and then two, they are talking about joint ventures. Kagi na mechire ni peroma yini maka yin undu chi undu nga chi ukelu chene uka chel chi uchero timu ngo bal mati kin wa wan pe wa genne ka contract ni ngari ka do ga mu chendre chi ni ruenyo kingo, and that's where the problem is. And tija jore mukere tieni tija mukere wan okigwachi ni bini pur poro chi ni tauni mir ko e chag wilo tractor giti log money, you don't have to own it to use it. Pe miri bet ki tractor mewe hiti ki tractor ana chera kwa a power tractor pa nyeri ana chera pur kingo ana wachi wara neno pet an ko ati be ye kun chida no ni konye be ye kun kar pe jona wundi wachi chale chene pe jo ma timu supply kuna yeti ki chente dana mano luero di lek kana wano be ye luero di lek pichabe rachiel no ye dollar ali piera deg we a bit mano ali that is 150 something million chari juer pingi ken ba juer pingi ken pichabe radi. Because, and then we need to understand, this is a company. Company binumeti you business. This is not charity. And they have something called corporate social responsibility. So, engino mi anatima green keruni point po Ramadano. Because penya danti nyutokan, penyuka nyuri dana poti mo. Pon yang. Pienka iti penyuni kimi, okay. Jemi chalo scholarships ma wanti penyucha arises from corporate social responsibility. Which is uberugino magamero miyonigi team. I don't know number maybe team. But why do you want a free thing when you can actually make money and send your own child to school? Pingo wa beta kwachi cha weng legal. Why legal wa weni? Johnny be pebo arwa wa. Bu uru wa ni nyingo pe doye. Chita wiki pari. Then work hard. That's the only thing I can say.
Apoyo total ogwal. Apoyo batek. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think what Mr. Gwal is trying to emphasize is on mindset. Let's listen to one another. Mindset is very important. Let us not have the negativity. By the way, I want to tell you, I would have told you so many stories, but we have so many questions that need to be attempted. But thank you so much, Mr. Gwal. Mr. Gwal, I've known him, I think I met him 10 years ago in Kikube, and he was doing well. He built a very good network. We told you when we're here, we have to build network. So after here, please know how to work with other different people. Let's not remain rigid on certain things. I'm going to conclude by saying transition in technology. Somebody is seriously blaming us for working with the website and all that. The world is changing. The world is transforming. Everybody has to really tune to what is happening. The moment you remain backward and thinking that for you cannot shift, trust me, the world is moving forward. Let us embrace these developments that are coming. Even the roads, the good roads that you want, if you're backward and you don't want to follow the transformation, you will not benefit from it. So please, let's be positive. Why UNOC has come here, has come to share, to get your views, not to, sometimes we've been in some meetings and it becomes a battleground. The exchange of words between the host and the hosted is really not good. So I'm requesting, this is the first kind of a meeting, so we're going to ensure that we hold several other meetings to harmonize on certain things. We cannot know if you don't share with us. But when you share with us, don't be too tough on us. We have come to get your views. But also don't keep issues to yourself. Speak it out. Are we together? Please, let's remain cooperative. Even after here, let's remain interacting. We have those people who are on Twitter. We have those people who are on Facebook. Let's make use of these platforms. Let's share ideas. UNOC is your company. It's a Ugandan company. If you don't support UNOC, then who else will you support? Are you going to support a company that is going to come from overseas to do business here, or you're going to support your own that need you to support and then we can move together? So let's really see how we can join hands in these developments. So there are so many questions. I am going to have the first person, Dr. Loida, to come and share with us some of the insight and also respond to some of the questions. Yes. Okay.
So sorry, just before Dr. Loida comes in, I just want, well, thank you very much. I want to, first of all, I've been in this oil and gas industry for a very long time, and I supported with national content when I was at Total. And I think, Mr. Gwal, I think you remember my face from those days ago. I did not have, of course, gray hair. It is now the stress. But I'll be very honest with you. I'll tell you two stories. There's a man called Muzamir. I heard someone talk about Ringo, yeah? There's a man called Muzamir. He was based in Bulisa. We went for a meeting like this. That was 2015. We went for a meeting like this. In the meeting, Muzamiru stood up and said, you people, you just get your meat from Kampala. You are very bad people. You're only bringing meat. You think we do not have cows and goats here to give you meat. We said, I think there's a problem. We asked him, do you have an abattoir? He said, no, me, I just cut, I bring for you fresh. People, the Muzungus in the room first looked up and they said, what's going on? Then they asked him, where do you cut it from? He said, me, I just cut from here. I bring enough for you people to eat. One, health and safety, because the standards are not the same. If one person who is on a rig, and you will go and see what a rig is, the main person on the rig falls sick, the rig does not work. That is over 200,000 US dollars not working for a day. In Uganda shillings, that is close to 1 billion shillings wasted. Because one man, his stomach is running. So what we decided to do at Talo at the time was to build him a small abattoir. You know, small abattoir, running water. They put nets to allow, not to allow flies in. Gave it to Muzamiru, a very nice event. It had district officials, very nice event. Muzamiru began cutting cows and bringing, even graduated from a small van to a big van. Month 6, he's still supplying, everything is okay. Month 8, month 9, Muzamiru started disappearing. Month 10, Muzamiru disappeared. We asked people, what is happening? And Muzamiru, they asked him, what is happening? And you know what he said? You people eat too much meat. Now, Ogwal talked about joint venture. What is difficult with getting other people who have cows and working together to continuously supply? What is hard with getting people to supply or support you with getting the standards, basic standards, which you can use to become better? That is one story. A supplier who simply walked out of the game. I meet him whenever I go to Hoima, by the way. He was part of Hoima District Farmers Association. And I clearly understand his problem. People were becoming too many and the demand was too much. Ringo. The other story that I have is of a business. When I was at Total, this business was a very small business, what we call a briefcase company. In a briefcase company, you just have it in the book somewhere. When they ask for your office, you say, the office I share with other people. It was a briefcase company. This man tried to do all of the big contracts that we thought big companies can do. But he was not going through. When I moved to Stanbic, he came for the training, which Linda has talked about. We supported him with certification. Today, Inspector Africa is doing contracts worth over 10 million US dollars in Uganda and out of Uganda in less than 6 years. So when we talk about possibility, guys, it is possible. We can come here and complain, which is okay, by the way. But as long as you go home and you're not working on how to make your business better, then there is an issue. And I think we should appreciate that these conversations are very good. We are going to insist, actually I've decided, every month we are going to work on the radio and local stations and in public events and gatherings to educate and sensitize ourselves on what activities are there. Because you see, when we work from a point of no understanding, it's very difficult. But when we work from a point of understanding, we can support each other. On the issue of street children, it is a true story. It is a sad story. And I can also tell you, by the way, that in Gulu, you're not even suffering. If you went to Kampala and you saw how many street children are on every street, it is a huge issue. But you see, that is a collective issue. not just a company issue. Even you yourself, you need to ask yourself, what are you doing to make sure that you're supporting or making sure this problem goes? Because it's easy for me to point a problem and say, okay, our people who have come, let them sort this thing out for us. But what are you doing? So let us work together collectively and see how we can best work on this. But finally, before Dr. Loda comes in, I just want to say that we need to maximize the people who have come from Petroleum Authority. Like Mr. Gwala has said, they have come to help us register. What they can simply do is do a diagnosis of your business and tell you, you're lacking here, you're lacking here. This is my contact, engage. Otherwise, we shall leave, and we shall leave not getting the best out of today. This is our first event. I am super happy that it's going to be one of 1,000 more events to come. It is my commitment to all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Toa. I have been informed, Mr. Toa, I've been informed that we have Mr. Omoy, who is also another contractor in Telenga project. Mr. Omoy would like to give us, in 1 minute, we don't have too much time, but why we are doing this is we want you to pick some lessons. We want you to know that you can also do it, just like how Mr. Gwal told us. So Mr. Omoy, just 1 minute, kindly share with us your experience and how you think people from Gulu can tap into the oil and gas cash money.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. Apo iwa bulutwa. Amo roba. Anya omonya. Maiko nyero. Onaka nena berga winje mokan ba wani ne me o ni pek in UNOC mapoldo. Loti na chuli maduong tiga tichi oil and gas. Chawa pa jeme weng tieko. Loba tiki chawa ne. Migi be man food at the beginning. One waduong a Telenga project. Loti na chuli mati atich kuno. From different districts, ya chuli sub-region. I'm a testimony. Dano ko bet ki tek chwin. Penny a Johnny dong tik kuja kengi. Tije mogo miro ilobo procedure. Channel. Adverts Johnny Mio every time online. Kay choyo section me discipline mo me miro tije yeni. You can be admitted. Kirinyi o, kirinyi ke, kirinyi nga. Anu nge ya kany. Yamono mere. Teacher mere mene kumach. Kamo eken. Di town kany. No. So, lubao kiri chama beni oil and gas industry in Uganda. Kwene kamoni chani. Noya, Bulisa, kwene. Those discipline no kemere in that department. UNOC, Total, omiyo contract, but Sinopec, McDermott, international companies, Madon, 1 year. I'm aiding fire section, Kono, but near Omonya, Gangwati per day. And attend Pigeon farmer more, pep minister, pep MP more. So, Logman ni routine ka MPs can be kono peke, one ki kono ka chuli wa go ora command madua ta, what your meeting wa. For our progress kono be. So, a jio chuli matikani. Nen kita be directing you me ko ni kere kay miro oil and gas section ma pa party kono wala you are paying much you get won kono ta lu tero ti do ta now suppliers and mera neno kita neno pa jokede meet join hands ta meet an individual because one thing kono 2,000 people in a chill in company chill kiri me Bomah apartment pero mo tete wa neno wen kono breakfast lunch supper neno no be ki mean criteria ka yin be supplying muranga wa ka kel muranga ma yelo mo ma chol mo berni health wise kon ki neno verification kon neno qualities ne ka ki sa ko mi ki dano ma chama so yin kini petwaro so miro rupe ka chel ki neno kira ku meri stand back tika miro developing farmers ki miro large scale farmers maka ke when be supplying one rice which quantity will you supply every day 2,000 people in one section. No. So Guinea mere planning my bear where benefiting bene. Otherwise kake Kenny tatare monetier. Ana bino me char testimony. Oil and gas bino mere be all Ugandans and it's first of its kind and the biggest in Africa. And kai biti kono nyebi no benefit out of that. It's a legacy. Guinea manaka yam no itamani poverty me, but this one has come to stay. Ininge oil butuma weko. 100 years ago to come, manyo lotini lukwa inikingagi should direct their mind towards that camera still achieving. You may not achieve now, but your son, your daughter, your grandson may benefit out of that. Shower put promo, we're benefiting in any angle. Taking negativity, negative mindset, you will not benefit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I invite Aloida, I want to inform you, people of Gulu, that government has got bigger programs, bigger plans for oil and gas resource. We all know that oil and gas, with time, it will get depleted. There will be no more. What does government has into as plans? There are 3, but I'm going to talk about 2. One is to plan for the future generation. He reminded me when he talked about our grandchildren and all that. I told you I listened to, actually. So if you're speaking and think I'm not listening, I am picking 90%. So the government has plans for future generation. Whereas we're getting into exploration and the production will go on, we need to plan for the future generation. Number 2 is infrastructure development. These are plans that are underway for Uganda, not just for the region, not for any other person. So I want you to know that the opportunities that are coming are for all Ugandans, not only people in Gulu, not only people in actually sub-region, even in the east, in the west, in the north, everywhere. So this resource is, but the advantage is we do share these workshops with the places, in places that are within the project areas. Now, like Gulu, because this is within actually sub-region, we felt it is very important for us to come and hold this workshop so that you can get informed, because Ottawa told us that the biggest problem is not lack of existence of opportunities, but lack of information. And let's embrace the available sources of information. Let's keep in touch. These people that you're seeing here, they are very, very potential business partners. You can work with them and have yourselves benefit from this industry. Now, at this time, I want to welcome. I know most of things have been mentioned, but those that you feel are still pending, we shall continue interacting, even during lunchtime. Please don't hesitate to come and talk to me. Come and share with me, discuss with all people that are here. We are very, very responsive. We are staying here. Even tonight, I'll be around. I've been trying to look around whether there's some place, but I'm told that the days are not good. But we are here. So, Dr. Loida, come and give us your remarks, feedback on some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for raising very pertinent questions. It shows that the issues that you have need to be addressed, and as the National Oil Company, we are interested in making sure that the people that we work with in areas where we work are sorted out and taken care of in a way that we can. But as Robert says, after the testimonies and experiences from Ogwal and Omoit, if those are the right names, and also from Tony, I think we may not need to say much, because most of the questions are kind of repeated. But I believe these testimonies will help us to understand where we are and to help us to change our mindset to business, not to waiting for things that come to us. One of the things that cannot present itself that we have to look out for is opportunities. We cannot sit and relax and we expect the opportunities to come to us. So all of us must look out for these opportunities, search for them, pursue them, put in effort to be able to seize them. That is my encouragement to all. That said and done, I'll have to talk about the few things that haven't been talked about. One gentleman raised an issue that is related to the desert extending from Libya to Acholi and how UNOC can help that. As a geologist, I may not really have facts that the desert is really extending from Libya and wherever it is to Acholi. But one thing that has been talked about, the oil and gas industry, is its effect on the climate change. And it's because of the carbon emissions that are associated with our hydrocarbons or with oil and gas. And globally and as a country, we are very much concerned and alive to that effect. We well know that oil and gas have helped to develop global and national economies. We cannot run away from that resource that we have been gifted by Mother Nature. But the country's intention is to ensure that the oil and gas resources are developed in a sustainable manner. Sustainable manner means that we are going to develop it to coexist with whatever is around us, but to also ensure that we minimize or mitigate the side effects that come along with the exploitation of these resources. And the country has put in place many interventions to ensure that the oil and gas activities have little or no impacts to the other sectors of the economy and to the environment. And a number of them, for example, are related to the global trend of the energy transition, whereby the country actually announced its energy transition plan based on the trend that we are, based on the status that we are, because different countries have different levels of development, and the energy transition plans and programs have to be aligned to the status of activities. And that's what you have always heard about the just energy transition. So we are alive to the fact that the climate change is affecting us, is before us, but we are also alive to the energy poverty that the country is facing, and therefore our effort is to ensure that we sustainably exploit our resources. So gentlemen who raised about the climate change, there are many interventions and initiatives that the country has put in place, starting from the legal and institutional framework to other physical interventions that the country is putting in place. For example, the Uganda National Oil Company, through the Climate for Action Resilience program, will plant over 400 million trees before production. That is one of the ways to be able to tackle the climate change. The other question was related to the royalties, whether it's possible to engage UNOC to support the region on how to raise revenue. Of course, the royalties and sharing of these royalties are provided for in the Public Finance and Management Act. As a national oil company, as Moses put it, our role in terms of sector governance is a commercial entity. The role of public finance management is rested with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. But nonetheless, one of our mandates is to ensure we train people, we build the capacity of people. As the national oil company, through consultations, we should be able to engage with the people of the Acholi sub-regions to educate them, to support them on how they can understand this royalties issue and how we can help them to raise finances. But it's a support role through the Ministry of Government that has that mandate. The other question that has been coming through is the criteria that is used in Bulisa, where people are benefiting more from the oil and gas industry, and yet Nwoya and the Acholi sub-region are not benefiting. I alluded to this, and actually I talked about it, why Bulisa is having all these facilities and that Nwoya doesn't have. The criteria was based on the location that was sufficient, that was economically viable for the development and exploitation of our resources. That's the location that was picked through the feasibility studies that were undertaken for the development of our resources. And also, it's also related to these facilities being placed in the Bulisa sub-region. Of course, it led to the displacement of some people, whereby the people had to be resettled in some other places using the different methodologies as part of the resettlement action plans. So there is no specific criteria that was used. We are not going to go to the Acholi sub-region, but it was technical in nature, which is based on the economic aspects, but also on the environmental aspects, where these establishments could not be put in the national park and also in the Ramsar site as they are. I think that is it from my side. The rest are HR related, and my colleagues will be able to respond to them. I thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you so much, Loida. Thanks indeed. Now, we are almost coming to the end of the discussion. I am going to invite Catherine Tomusime, who is going to respond to some questions. And after that, she will invite the RDC. And after the RDC's remarks, then the RDC will invite the Prime Minister of Kerkwara Acholi to close the meeting. So let's pay maximum attention because we are coming to the end of our workshop.
Thank you, MC, and thank you everyone for your ideas and participation. I'm going to respond to the questions here on paper, and then some of the others that were raised through the engagement. The first one is about if someone is interested in doing a master's degree, what can you advise them to do or to venture into? Now this is a career choice question, which I believe many youth or many graduates really have to ponder about often. It all depends on the career path that one wants to take. And I know some people who have been in school and they never finish schooling, but it never helps at the end of the day, because you find someone is studying things that are not coordinated. You have a bachelor's in human resource, you do a master's in agriculture, I don't know, mechanics or something. Then when you are there complaining, I have a master's degree, you are not shortlisting me, yet the things you studied are not coordinated. So it's very important when you do your first training, whether it's a diploma, whether it is a degree, think about what career path you want to take. Many times the first jobs we get inform the career paths that we take. For example, if you did mass communication and you get a job as a communications officer, maybe originally you had done your internship into a TV or radio station and you felt like you can take that path. But before you know it, your first job gets you another opportunity. So that informs you on additional skills that are going to inform how you're going to take that career forward. So I'm not able to advise right now, but it depends really on the career path you want to take. And how do you choose a career? Many times we've just applied for degrees and we just take them on. You just apply. Whatever they give me, I will do. But it's very important that if you're going to have a successful career, first of all, look at what you like to do. When we are having simple mentorship sessions with young people, what do you like to do? There are people who just do degrees, even medicine, as serious as medicine, they don't like it. But the parent maybe forced them to do it, or I want to be an engineer, or maybe you wanted to be a human resource, I wanted to be a teacher. First choose, what do you want to do? What do you like to do? That passion alone is enough to propel you in the career. Then secondly, I may like to be a doctor, but I'm not able to do medicine. So what are you able to do? What are you able to learn and internalize and acquire the skills that are relevant for that position? Don't just study for the sake of it, but choose. What do I like to do? What am I able to do or to learn and put in practice? And what's the return? The return usually is the payback. Will I get a job? If I get a job, how will it be paying? So before we can think of doing a master's or postgraduate, let's try to put some plans or some consideration of the future or how you want to move before you can start on a career. The other question is from Geoffrey. Since oil and gas involves a lot of piping, can a person with a certificate in plumbing qualify to work with a company? Yeah, of course, there will be, plumbing is one of those other skills, like welding, mason, and all these other instrumentation that is required. But to work with an oil, now UNOC is a non-operator meanwhile. We are not directly on the project. We are still learning. We hope to be operators with a new license of Kasurban. We are still building capacity. But you will be required to have international vocational qualification certificate, which gives you the standard to be to work on the project. And all these are offered at the Uganda Petroleum Institute in Chigumba, most of them. So you get an international certificate that really confirms that you have the skills so that you don't get the accidents, you don't cause death on the job, you meet the standard, then you can be able to work in some of these projects. If you are qualified, but you want to work as an unskilled worker, will you be considered? For example, if you have a degree or a diploma. What has happened because of the unemployment levels in the country? Some people have presented themselves as though they don't have qualifications, just to get what to do. So I believe if you present yourself to an employer, many people are underemployed. They are in jobs that are much below their qualification. But just because the country is not having all the jobs for everyone. So instead of having no job, someone goes for either a lower job and presents the qualifications that are relevant for that job. So you may be skills, you have a diploma, you have a degree, but there is a job of maybe O level. So you can present yourself with only your O level. Otherwise, if you present your degree, you say you are overqualified. This job is not for you. So you have to see how you manage the situation. I'm not misadvising you, but sometimes situations dictate that you start there. And also that comes to the question on the policy to train people to go upwards. Sometimes you start at a lower level, then your employer, or even us as a company, someone starts at a lower level, job. Sometimes you recruit a driver when actually they are degree holders, but you didn't know that they were degree holders, otherwise you wouldn't give them. But before you know it, someone is able to speak, someone is able to coordinate, someone is able to communicate, someone is able to write reports. Then you say, oh, look, I have an internal talent here. Then you grow them based on their capabilities. When you run internal adverts, our policy is that we first advertise internally because we don't know what people have. So before we go external, we will have first looked internally. So then you see people expressing interest. Of course, there is an ethical issue there at the beginning, but sometimes you take what is available. So there are policies to grow people based on your capability and the additional skills that you attain. There is a question on financing students to finish their studies. Surely, as I was going to mention in the closing remarks, is that there is a limit to which the company can go. The company can't do everything. It's a government company. It is given a budget to execute a certain mandate. And again, there are many other agencies, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Agriculture. And like one of our colleagues has said, when we extend a scholarship that like we've extended right now, it is more of a corporate social responsibility, or it's a national content initiative to grow capacity. But it's not a sole mandate of UNOC to start saying that we are sponsoring Ugandans for studies. Otherwise, we shall appear before PAC. This week, I think we're in PAC, the Public Accountability Committee of Parliament, asking you, was it your mandate to do that? Are you diverting government money to finance things for which the company was not created. So it's very important that we also appreciate the mandate of different companies so that we manage the expectation. Are we together? Thank you. Of course, my sister emphasized, I think she stepped out, that we should not make just political statements or ceremonial statements. I must say that everyone has an equal opportunity to get a job in the company. Even us who are working there, we came from somewhere. The company did not start from us. So even when you're somewhere or nowhere, and you see an opportunity, indeed. Someone mentioned they want to see more names starting with O and A and all that. Yes, what is important is that we have an equal opportunity policy, and that the recruitment process is transparent and fair for everyone. What is important is express your interest. And when you express your interest, follow the requirements. For example, our pass-fail criteria for you to get on the shortlist, you must have certified documents. In Kampala there we have a street called Nasa Road or something. I think you've heard about it. If you go there, you can get a master's degree that very day. There is no question about it. So before you bring your documents to upload it, that you have a master's or degree, go to your university, they certify. So if you don't certify your documents as a first criteria, well, I don't look at it because I don't know whether it's from NASA or whether it is genuine. So it's a pass-fail. So out of 6,000, you take off like 3,000. And they are part of our community here. And they say UNOC is corrupt. UNOC is discriminatory. But you're not complying to the basic requirements. So, my dear friends, when we apply, the process is fair and transparent. And if you ever apply for a job at UNOC, we are sometimes not able even to reach everyone to give you the reason why you are shortlisted or not shortlisted. After 2 months, just find out. Because we have many applications, as you see, are thousands of them. Just find out, why was I not shortlisted, even by a phone call. The HR, just call the general line, say you want to speak any human resource officer, mention your name, the position you applied for, and ask, why was I not shortlisted? We have reasons for everyone as a matter of standard. Because when you find out, you find they will tell you you did not certify your documents, so you learn from it. It means that when another advert comes, you are going to pay attention to detail. What does it require? So you learn from it. Otherwise, if you don't, you continue making the same mistake. They tell you we needed 2 years of experience, but you have 6 months. Then you start thinking around, how do I get the 2 months of experience, 2 years? What else can I do to enhance my experience? So that next time a similar job or equivalent job comes, I meet the criteria. But if you don't find out, then you continue, you are disgruntled within you, and you think you are maliciously left out. Then you become bitter, not only with yourself, but with the whole country and the president and everybody, and you are very, very annoyed. Yet the solution is within you. It's not within the company, it's not within anyone. So let's try to pay attention and know that really there are certain basic things that can lead you to the next level. There's a question on the need to support people to raise revenue. And again, it goes back to the mandates that we have, but also on the need, maybe even the RDC will say something about it. We need to take advantage also of the government programs, the collaboration that we can get from different institutions. And again, UNOC might not be able to do that. But through the business incubator, where we are a partner with Stanbic Bank, and we've been funding some of these activities, we equip you with skills, business management skills, governance skills, financial management skills, and all this through the incubator. So if you have a small business or you want to start, just for emphasis, to just start, you go to the incubator. They will tell you what you need to just even start or to improve. So then by so doing, you can be able to raise money, and of course the government programs like the PDM program and many others. I think my colleague clarified on the why Bolisa benefited more. Yeah, about it. And the issue of the risk desk in the bank. Yeah, it's very critical. I think the money in the bank is your money, first of all. Or it is borrowed money. The bank also borrows elsewhere or uses your own deposits to lend other people to do business. So you cannot just give money. You have to assess whether there will be a return or there is a risk that should be highlighted so that you address it. Not only for the bank to lose money, but so that also your business does not collapse along the way over something that you have not foreseen. So let's take it in good spirit with the need to learn more. Why are you bringing me here? Why do you think my business is risky? Is the risk sunshine if I'm in agriculture? So what options do we have? Is there an irrigation? Is there insurance for some of the big farms they can insure? I think insurance is trying to be flexible in agriculture because it is not to be as such because you can't predict the weather. But it means you've put in safeguards and many other things. So we take it in good spirit so that both of us benefit from learning more on what could be wrong, what could go wrong in the business. The issue of local language, the summary of events, yeah, I believe one of our MCs, coordinator, could help on that. But going forward, we take it up. The same with some reading materials to go with something. We've said so much, maybe you're not able to write everything, but next time we promise, and we've said this is the beginning, to have some leaflets. What do I need? If I need to register on the NOG TR or supplier database, what do I need? Such that it keeps in your mind. You keep making reference so that you keep slowly, stage by stage, fixing some of the requirements. So we take that feedback, and my colleagues, please take note. Together with the Chief of Corporate Affairs, we need to do on some standard IEC materials that educate you what is in the oil sector, what opportunities are there, who qualifies for what, how are suppliers selected, and things like that. So we take the feedback, and we hope the next time we come, we have something in writing. There was a question, a concern on involving the local leadership. Yeah, that most people in the gardens and all that, we tried to do some mobilization. We really invited everyone in the district. My colleague can really attest to that, and in the city. But as you see, they are also busy, and thanks to the Kingdom, Prime Minister, the RDC, and other district officials that made it here. Right? And we also did radio talk shows. And as you can see, this hall can only have a limit. So we shall continue engaging people in different forms because we can't reach everyone physically, but we can use like the radio, the TVs, and other programs to disseminate information. There's a concern on Gulu University, the need to engage them further. Yes, now that we've started to engage the region, I think it will be fair if we can have like a career fair, because oil and gas is beyond oil and gas studies. We have human resources, we have accounting, we have transport managers, we have logistics, trading. We are now trading in oil, petroleum products. We are the sole importer of all petroleum products in the country. So a wide range of opportunities in the company. And not only UNOC, but also in Total, in SINOC. So we can arrange, colleagues take note of that. Brian, as part of the actions, to engage the universities in the region so that we communicate more on how we can collaborate, including partnership in internships and other things. So we take that feedback. Concerns about helping students finish education, job opportunities, youth empowerment, all that is probably a bit outside our scope, but through such engagements, I believe that we can be able to take up a message that we can share with the others. Now, the big question also on fairness, on involvement of the disabled people and what we are doing. There was a question on why did you choose Light of the World? Yeah, surely when we were working on our diversity, equity and inclusion policy, and we made consideration for involving people with different abilities. Now, we needed an umbrella organization that can help us to reach them. Probably, if we had used the Ministry of Gender, thank you, would have gotten onto the other smaller ones. No depot, yes, no depot. So we started with Light of the World because it seemed to be an international and a national NGO, bringing together different people with disabilities. And it's many countries, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, and all that. So we thought through them would be able to reach you. So, but I take the feedback, we can engage NODIPO, which is more centralized, or more national, to see how best we can reach you and involve you. Thank you for that feedback. The question of children with special needs, surely, like hearing aids, it's also beyond our mandate. And the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender supports special needs in a special way. If we are to do anything, it can only be a CSR and also through a structured process. So that one we can't promise to look them out, but also to disseminate information about the projects and the opportunities that lie in there. So we didn't think that there was something beyond that. However, if there is any collaboration that we can make, we shall explore it. But the original agenda, we didn't know that actually it exists. So probably the conversation can see some of the areas we can collaborate on. There was a question on explaining the supplier database and the NOG-TR. The supplier database is a platform that is hosted by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. It registers all suppliers, whether national and international. But why was it set up? First of all, is to provide visibility. In fact, you cannot supply in oil and gas when you are not on the supplier database. And that happened when we were here in Gulu and we were looking for a hotel. And there was none on the supplier database. Even Bomah had to be registered just this round. So it's very important that you find out which service do we have. And that's why we have a regulator. If you start bringing KPC and Company Limited to supply sand on a project in Gulu, the question is, are you from Gulu? Are you on the supplier database? Then we see where. Are there no people who can supply sand in Gulu? That's the importance of national content, providing opportunities to local people. So the the supplier database provides that visibility to know what companies do we have. What companies do we have to supply human resources? What companies do we have to supply engineering services, catering, accommodation? So that if a foreign firm now brings a caterer all the way from China, then you are asked, but we have caterers here. Then the authority will not approve that contractor. So it's a control measure to provide visibility on what we have in country so that our own companies can be able to benefit from the available opportunities. So let's embrace it. Let's get there. Even if you're rearing chicken, pigs, everything, just be there. Because there will be a massive demand for pork or whatever. And you have to look at who can supplied, without which if you stay in your local village, nobody will see that. So let's take advantage. Then the National Talent Register registers all skills. And again, when we are here trying to train welders and all that, if people are not registered, we cannot know the capacity that we have. So sometimes you can end up training either blindly or actually, when these oil companies are recruiting, is that, did you look at the National Talent Register? So that you know a person coming from Amuru, Gulu, Arua, Mbarara, Soroti, who has the skills to supply to the sector. So those are very two interfaces, very important, that helps us to access opportunities. And we encourage you to please register so that we know who we have and where we can tap into that capacity. There was a confusion there on registration of talent. Someone with talent and without papers. So the talent in this case is skilled talent. But if you have your talent, you can sing or dance, I should say, maybe from the performing arts. You can speak and be an MC. So it means that you are going to tap into induced opportunities. So you might not register you as someone in public speaking. We might not know. We might not have that contract or opportunity in the structures of the project. But if you're a musician, for example, and when people are in a project area in the evening on Saturday or Friday, they want to go out, then you put up a club. So you tap into the induced opportunity. People want entertainment. So you just don't get a direct contract. But with your talent, you can tap into an induced opportunity. Yes, so that's what I can say from the questions. And again, thanks to our testimonies, mindset change is very critical. If you get biased, what you tell your mind and heart is what you be. If you tell myself that I'm capable, many times you'll be capable. If you tell yourself that the opportunity is taken, even when they are not taken, it will appear that they are taken. So let's change our attitude, our mindset, and say, I can do it. This is available for all of us, and I must take my shot. So I've finished the response. I'm going to summarize the remarks of the CEO, and without really wanting to repeat most of the things that have already been mentioned, I'll try to make it short. I know we are tired and hungry. First of all, on behalf of the CEO, I want to thank all of you. It's very challenging that the place is a little bit hot. I can feel everyone is doing this. Yeah, but for remaining resilient and taking time to come and listen to us. And like my colleagues have said, this is just the beginning. We must sensitize people about what is going on. We don't look like we are in another country and other people are in another country, yet we are in the same country. And we are all Ugandans. So this is the beginning, and we appreciate you for the time you've taken to come and listen to us. Now, we do this on a quarterly basis. We go to different regions. This time was here in the north. Another time we go to Vulisa. Another time we go in the central. Specifically, to December, I bid how to respond for these technical skills. Is for these technical skills is part of the initiative that we are doing. Then we have supplier selection to make sure all our tenders are publicly and transparently on the radio. I think my colleagues highlighted some of the programs for the community that we have. Developing agricultural skills so that we are able to supply. So we are here to provide you that information so that we know as a company we are intentional and we have the strategy to build the capacity of people. So that was one on information communication about the sector, registration on the National Supplier Database and UNOC, and of course why we are here. So as a takeaway, remember that we have ring-fenced service. They cannot contract an outsider to benefit them. Then we have to take note of the interlinkages of the different sectors: agriculture, education, health, banking. All those cannot come from UNOC, but we work together in collaboration to make sure that we deliver the service. So last but not least, what do we need to do? One, understand the mandate of the different entities. We've seen in the presentation, we have Ministry, which deals with policy and licensing. You have UNOC, which is a commercial state representative. You have the Petroleum Authority, which is doing the regulation. You have Finance, which is managing the finance of the proceeds from oil and gas. So it is important that you understand that, you remember it, so that then we know where to go when we need what. Two, let us respond to the opportunities. If we advertise or put up a contract, respond to it. Not only UNOC, but also other companies. They've been advertising. Respond to those requests to submit proposals and bids. Don't sit back and be held by your own thoughts or biases. Just give it a shot. If you don't get the first time, you'll get it the next time. Collaboration and networking cannot be overemphasized. This has been mentioned by my colleagues. We have seen the Mizamiru story. He couldn't supply the meat. But if we need tomatoes and you have...
People have benefited from it. But are you giving it out to people? I want any one person who has benefited from the credit facility to raise up his hand in this room. So you are not giving people the money. You are not telling people about it, you are not giving people the money. Remember, let's have one meeting. Remember, you are going to be accountable. If you don't account for it here, you are going to account for it in heaven. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. It is a serious matter. We are having good rains, the land is there, and people are not growing crops. So you are going to account for it. Somebody talked about oil being a curse something. From the time Jesus Christ came to light, curse is no more. Let's not talk about curse. Curse is not there. We should only talk about prosperity, wealth for all. Because actually region is so rich with minerals and everything. Humble prayer, and I'm going to prophesy that nobody here is going to die until you eat the wealth of the soil of oil and gas. Nobody will die. We shall all benefit from it. Somebody said it is our children, grandchildren. No, we are going to be there. No more curse. Let's work. And let's work as a team. It is teamwork that will make us get there. If we are to walk together, we shall walk very far. But if you walk alone, you walk a short distance. So let's work as a team. We have recruitment for UPDF that is ongoing. So those children who have done O-level between 2020 and 2023, encourage them to take the applications to the offices of the RDCs so that we get them somewhere. We also have the presidential hub that skills the youth. UNOC, we have so many youth that have been skilled in welding. If you are looking for welders, please get in touch with us. We have those ones. Give them jobs. So forms are in the offices of the RDCs to recruit the youth to begin studying in June. Those youth who have not got any, somebody talked about talents, let them go and gain talent from Oding. The forms are in all the RDC's offices in actually sub-region. I wouldn't want to go on and on and on, but like my colleague said, we are getting towards a political season. Let's practice good politics. People say politics is a dirty game. It is the people who practice politics that are dirty. They tell lies. They're not honest. Not all of them, but some. Some. They make some people hate politics. So let's practice good politics, politics that unites people, especially for us in Acholi sub-region that have been in war all this time. Let's practice good politics. And let us bring people on board who are going to speak for us, who are not going to go for their stomachs. I want to quote the late Cecilia Ogwal. She used to tell people, play with my stomach, but don't play with my head. So, don't let people play with your heads. God has created you for a purpose, not to be manipulated. Not to be manipulated. And leadership comes from God. That liar who is coming to tell you, vote me and I will do this, tell him, yes, we are eating the money, but we are not giving you. So, let's practice good politics. As we practice good politics and embrace government programs, let's do parenting. We've deviated from the way we used to be. This, I think, would be the Prime Minister about it. When we were growing up, our culture was so good. But today, we've left our children to the TVs. They watch TVs from morning to morning. Mothers, we have left our children in the hands of house girls, including our husbands. Including our husbands. That's why we have some of these children on the streets. They're goose. Because we don't come together as parents to raise our children. It is a crucial issue. Well, war contributed, but parenting is lacking. That's why you find a child who has got 4 in P7, by the time he gets to senior 6, he's a drug addict. Ask yourself why. You are not there for the children. Men have left the responsibility of families to the women. Let me talk. I will come there. Why are women everywhere? It is a woman who wakes up very early. She goes to work. She has to pay school fees. She has to do whatever she has to do to make the family stand. When the man is busy eating pork and beer, and you come back home very late, the woman doesn't rest. Remember, a woman was created to be a helper to you. She is not supposed to carry all the burdens of the family on her head. The men who are not doing their roles, I'm going to call upon lightning from heaven. Take up, do your part. You come back, you find the woman has worked from morning up to midnight. What peace can you have in the bedroom with this woman? And you even scratch her saying, hey, you turn this side. I will not, I'm tired. What is it? A woman is supposed to be a peaceful woman. Proverbs 31 tells you what a woman is supposed to be. She's supposed to do her part to a certain level. A man is the head of the family, not the woman. But today you find young men running for older women because they don't want to be responsible. Young men who are doing this curse upon you. Marry your age mates and start producing children. Work. Work. So I wouldn't want to talk on and on. This will be for another time. I want to thank all of you, and let us embrace the project that UNOC is bringing to Acholi sub-region. And let's be hardworking people. I want to thank you. May God bless all of you. I am now going to wear a shoe that I have never worn before. May God forgive me for this, to invite the Prime Minister to address you people. Prime Minister, it is my single honor to invite you to come and speak to your people.